We are making our triumphant return to Twitch and Facebook today.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see how it goes. Let's hope it goes smooth.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man. But enough with this. Let's kick it on over to the intro. Yeah, making this go.
I've been worried not hearing from you the last few days.
Yes, I've just been a little under the weather. That's all it's been.
Understandable.
Yeah, I've just been a little under the weather, but nothing too serious. Just the same. I blew my voice out basically, so it was more like, just got to be out for a while. But managed to launch our reviews. Channel playlist, our new reviews show, and I'm pretty pumped about it.
Was there more episodes than one? Because I know I saw one.
No, we're shooting more. We're just going to start reviewing popular things or things that we like. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I had it at intro volume special. Sorry about that. Welcome, guys, to MURKradio, the talk show. I got Justin and Chief with me. And I'm back. We got Lux in the background here holding it down. She working from home. And so we were covering a few different things before I got sick. One of those things was the Kim Potter trial. And this lady took the stand today. I thought maybe we could check that out at the top of the show. You know what I mean? Let's pop right into this.
Officer Lucky started to say something about don't do that, don't tense up, stop doing that. And then it just went chaotic.
What do you remember happening after that?
I remember a struggle with Officer Lucky and the driver at the door. The driver was trying to get back into the car.
Well, he was trying to get back in the car. What did you do?
I went around Officer Lucky as they're trying to get back in the door.
Right away, I see some nerves on this lady, which plays toward the... I see why she's on the stand. It plays toward the... it makes me believe her story, that she genuinely thought she was holding a different firearm than the bright yellow one that weighed half as much. We're going to keep going.
I'm between the door and Officer Lucky.
Yeah.
And the driver. And the driver's getting into the car.
And what happened next?
They're still struggling, and I can see Sergeant Johnson and the driver struggling over the gear shift, because I can see Johnson's hand, and then I can see his face.
And you knew Johnson for many years before this, is that right?
Yes.
And by looking at his face at that point in time, what did you...
That's a good dab pin. Lordy.
He had a look
Makes
of
me
fear on his
sneeze.
face.
What up, Debbie?
It's nothing I'd seen before.
And hello, Special. We got special guests in the text chat on YouTube. Let me put you
Did
guys
you
up on
say
the screen.
anything when you
Let me
saw
bring
this?
that back. How about
What
that?
did you do?
We were struggling. We were trying to keep him from driving away. It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
He told you shot him, or you felt an actual gun discharge? But again, she was holding something heavy. Debbie says hello.
Can you proceed or do you...
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. After the driver said you shot him, do you remember what you said, or do you? If you don't remember, did you look at the video and see what you said, or do you actually remember what you said? I guess is my question. Not with help from a video.
I don't remember what I said.
And
What up,
what do you
Alley
remember
Cattails?
next, if anything?
They had an ambulance for me, and I don't know why. And then I was at the station. I don't remember a lot of things afterwards.
Let's bring back Laura Coates, former federal.
Let's see, special guest here says, oh, and hello, Allie, hello. We're doing very good. Everybody pile on in here. Let me know how you're doing in the chat below, or hop up in the Discord, link in description. Let's see, when you were at the adrenaline doubt, yeah, when you're that adrenaline doubt, you won't feel the recoil of a 44 Magnum. Ask people who've shot grizzly bear with handguns when they came up on them fishing. That makes sense, Special. That's a really good point. Special guest also says, so I can believe she didn't feel the recoil of a 9 or 40. Audio processing gets weird as hell, as some people don't lose hearing even when shooting indoors. Yeah. Gotcha. Hey, positive energies toward Debbie out there, still feeling a little bit ill. Hopefully you get to feeling better, Deb. And if you follow me on social media, I've shared a post. Arianthe's dogs have gone missing. If you follow me on social media and you see that post, share it if you're in that area. Let's see here. Especially because their minds are automatically, their minds automatically compensate. Yeah, I will say that it's actually, I felt like this is a very valid plan for for her defense to put her on the stand and let her see and let her explain it in her own words. Special guest is unbanned in 2 days here. Whoa. Heck yeah. Wild. Let's check this out.
Federal prosecutor. She's a CNN senior legal analyst, and we also have Joey Jackson with us, a CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney. And Joey, let me start with you because you are a defense attorney. Do you think Potter has helped?
Lux isn't crying. We're doing good.
I certainly think she has significant problems. Anna, good to be with you and Laura, and they're just built into the nature of the case. Let's talk about the positives first with respect to how she helped. She was there from a defense perspective to humanize herself. This is a person who's been an officer for 26 years. This was her lifelong dream. Her husband's in the audience. His name is Jeff. She has 2 sons. One of them is in military service. She feels so bad about this, she quit.
She was working in a restaurant. She flips patties. She's got everything. She drives a cab.
At the end of the day, because she couldn't take it, didn't want to put the police department through anything, left the state, in fact, where she no longer is a resident. And that resonates. That's important to show, you know what, I feel horrible about this. And that was one of the reasons that she did it. The other thing, I think, was to explain the basis of the stop. We know that it involved, some air freshener, right? So she had to make clear this was not my decision. I was a field training officer. It was the person I was working for, and I simply backed him up as a result. I wasn't looking to give anyone a hard time. Last point. That's her state of mind. She got this warrant, and she understood based on the warrant that it was a warrant also relating to weapons. There was an issue relating to an order of protection. So all those things are good to justify and explain. The built-in problem now becomes the cross-examination. And really the prosecution, Anna, is taking her to task. You're an officer for 26 years. You may not have had to deploy your taser, but certainly you pulled it out. You know where your taser belongs. You've been trained on this before. Not only are you trained on this, but you do the training with respect to that.
I agree with that, Kat.
Even though you haven't had to use it,
I also agree with special guests.
You know where each one belongs. You know the design.
Saying that Kim could very well have, the mental justification is there.
Distinctions between the two. You know the weight, although she wouldn't admit it, right? Discrepancies between the two, and you know better.
It is very compelling to think that she's not at all just a hardened murderer or somebody who is nonchalant about the death of somebody else's child. I mean, we've already heard from Dante Wright's mother. We can imagine what that was like for her to have the phone call from her son, and then the next phone call she receives is one that her son has been shot and killed by a police officer. And so it is impactful to see that there is a human being and not a robot on that stand. The difference, however, is the prosecution's not suggesting that this was intentional. There's not been a suggestion by the prosecution nor the defense that this was somehow an intentional, calculated act. And in Minnesota, you need not require intent for the charges you're actually talking about. One is premised on the idea of the reckless handling of a firearm. This is not somebody who is a layman. This is not somebody who is not accustomed to handling a firearm. It's not someone, by the way, as an ordinary person who would get a benefit of the doubt like a police officer would, and making split-second decisions. How often have you heard this word turn of phrase? The key here, of course, is whether it was foreseeable that she could actually cause serious bodily harm, let alone death. The most significant evidence we've seen today was that comparison photo, Anna, between what the taser looked like and what the gun looked like. The color, the weight, the size of it, which part of your body you were supposed to have. In fact, that she had drawn her taser on multiple occasions, even if she hadn't deployed it. The question here for these jurors are, even if she is sympathetic, even if she is somebody who's obviously emotional about having taken another human being's life, was she reckless? Was it foreseeable? Did she not guard against the risk that the use of the wrong weapon, the firearm rather than the taser, makes it criminally culpable negligence? That's what the jury is looking at. At no point, I think the prosecution is very smart here, not to try to hone in and say, aha, this is somebody who had out for Dante Wright. That's not what the evidence seems to show, nor what her statements have been, nor what the law actually requires. And we're seeing a theme here, right? A number of cases we've seen in recent times nonchalant, where the defendant has taken the stand in his or her own defense now. And there's been an emotional thread in terms of it. At the end of the day, this case is distinct because intent is not a calculation of the prosecution.
Let's play that moment when you talked about the taser and the gun being very different, including how they function, how you weaponize them in terms of the different settings that they have. Let's listen.
The taser is on and armed. It beeps, right?
I don't know if it beeps.
There's a display screen that turns on.
Yes.
I don't know if
There
it
are two
beeps.
lasers with the Taser 7 that appear.
I don't
on the
either.
kit, right?
Yes.
A green one for the top probe, right?
I believe so. It was a new taser.
And a red one for the bottom.
I would guess so, yes.
Well, you were trained on it, right?
Yes, but it was a while back.
Well, you were
been a while.
trained in March of this year on that
It's been
taser,
a
correct?
while, but you
Yes.
can fucking
You
remember
had to
anything about the
successfully
taser.
operate and handle that taser in order to be certified to use it, correct?
Yes.
And you went through that hands-on process of turning on that taser and safely handling that taser in order to be certified, correct?
Yes, in March.
In March. And before that, you had an X26P, correct?
Yes.
And that taser also had a laser and a safety and things like that, right?
Yes.
The screen that turned on.
Yes.
And the taser, and that was the taser that you had been carrying for years before, right?
Yes.
Very similar to the Taser 7 in that way.
Similar but different.
So that largely referenced the different safety mechanism of the taser versus the gun, but let's show the picture of how different they look. And as Laura described, they clearly look differently. They also are different weights. They're in different parts of the holsters. Joey, do you think the defense has addressed this appropriately to try to counter the argument that the prosecution is making here?
Yeah, I do not see that. I certainly...
I don't know. I want to know where everybody in the chat is feeling with the Kim Potter thing. After seeing a bit of that testimony, how do you guys feel? I been gone for a while, for most of the week, and I was covering this trial, and I want to dip my toe in the water, see how everyone's feeling. Oh, we lost Chief up out of the Discord. Chief, pop back in anytime you want. We can derail, guys. John, if you're out there listening, feel free to pop in and catch us up with how you're doing. Same with Allie, same with everybody. I'm down here in the lounge right now. In Discord link in description. If you're a new Murky.
It's weird that they seem to be trying to defend it as if she did it on purpose, even though that's not what they're trying to charge at all. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. You know, they're I feel like they're putting up an emotional hurdle for me, and I'm trying to not let it bias me too much, but they're doing a pretty good job.
I don't care if she's a good person. She fucked up.
Yeah. She did not do her job right. And yeah, I mean, that's manslaughter. I don't know. Definitely I don't know. It feels like an accident, you know, when she talks about it. But the moment anybody else describes it, or when you watch the video, see the video, every time my emotions pull me in a certain direction on this, I think back to the video I saw of her doing that. So, you know, I'm going to, I don't know. So I want everybody else to let me know if it's changed their minds, because I feel like we were all, after we saw the footage, kind of on one, you know, train of thought about it. Let's see here. Alley Cattails says, sorry, I've barely been on Discord or trial. Grandma's both needing extra help and trying to get a full-time gig nailed down. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, Allie. I'm sorry that's been happening. I think she was overwhelmed in the moment and it led to a tragedy. I don't really think prison is an appropriate sentence. If she's found guilty, I would suggest years of community service. Special guest, I think that sounds fair and that's pretty nice. I mean, yeah. Definitely not a cop anymore. But I don't, you know, she did, if we're gonna, in her defense, she did do 26 years of...
Let her be a dispatcher or something.
There you go, Justin. Yeah, like a desk work and then got to do community service, or the desk work can count as some community service, or maybe overtime does. I don't know. I don't know. I like the compassionate flow, though. I like that idea. Not it's such a rough thing.
I mean, she's been in the profession for so long, it'll be hard for her to do much of anything else after this.
Yeah. It says dispatcher office desk work isn't community service. For sure, special. I just mean she's still at least... It's promoting overtime and to be a functional member of the service and still be proud of it. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what this lady's like when the camera's off or when she's not on a stand. And I wish I, had a little more info into that. Lordy. I caught a chill today. Allie hasn't caught up enough to really know what's going on. Yeah. So I'm kind of winding down on my coverage of the trial and some of the stuff I've been doing over the holidays. Arianthe, how are you doing, lady?
I'm good. I just got off work.
Oh, dang. Heck yeah.
Really wet considering all the rain.
Oh, has it been raining like crazy?
Like, absolutely crazy. Today feels like the most Monday, Friday ever. Does that make sense?
Yep, it really does. That's
100%.
Yeah. I got healthier and busy.
Home, my system shut down twice, and then as soon as I got it back up, my lights flickered, so that went off.
Oh, snap.
It's just been a day. I miss you guys. How are you?
Oh, yeah. I'm feeling better. I've been kind of gone for the week, but we're back. We'll be back through, a chunk of next week. Figure it out. It's schedule tentative still, but I mentioned it earlier. Have any word on the pooches?
No, nothing. Like, nobody's... I'm starting to think that someone just took them and left. Because I have, none of my neighbors have seen them on game camera, not going out, not coming in. And, they would.
That's weird as hell.
Nothing. There's nothing.
That's oof. Yeah. Allie says everybody says that they hope you're okay and that they find the pups as soon as you can. It sounds like something must have happened. I don't know. It's not like there must be another party involved.
My hope is that somebody came in, liked them a lot, and took them, and are now, comfy inside somebody's house eating food. That's my hope. I live in bumfuck nowhere with a lot of bumfuck people. So I have to at some point stop and think about the reality of somebody did something really bad and is hiding it from me.
Oh man. Snap. Christy just got home and her Murkies sweater is here.
Oh, and she's about to go on her road
Oh,
trip.
shit.
Yeah.
Girl,
Yeah.
She needs to post pictures.
Lug says you need to post pictures.
Pics, please.
Christy also says, oh my god, Ari. Heartbreak emojis. And it's been such a rough one since that storm hit you.
Yeah. It's been a long couple of weeks.
Long December. It's been a really long month.
Yeah. And it was all I wanted, because my birthday was Wednesday, for anybody who didn't know.
Happy birthday.
I'm a whole ass 31 now. That's all I asked for my birthday, is to have my fucking dogs home. Yeah,
Shit,
not
happy
here.
late birthday. I'm the worst at dates. I'm so sorry. I love you.
I love you.
Man.
I wasn't super focused on it. It's also it's Lincoln's birthday too, so he turned 5.
That's right. Oh. Man. Yeah, everybody throw some love in the chat for the birthday lady and boy.
Thank you.
Arianthe and Link. Yeah. You hop into Discord, lady.
I'm working. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Man. Debbie Moore says, oh my God, so much damage in Kentucky. I saw, so sad. Yeah, I woke up to a bunch of articles about like a whole trail through Kentucky that tornadoes took. And, you know, so
Well, they're calling it, I don't know if you saw this, but they're calling the line that this tornado went, they're calling it like the tri-state twister.
yeah.
Because this bitch was on the ground through 3 states.
Oh, snap. Sorry, we just got a photo of Christy in the hoodie. Hell yeah. Hell yes. I'm just glad they're actually making it out. The supplier's been slow as hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it's, yeah. So yeah, when I saw that there was that much damage in Kentucky, I reached out to Stan Odie pretty quick. I was like, boy, you alright? You and your family
That's
okay?
what I was
Holy
thinking
shit.
about too. I was like, is he okay? Is he dead?
And then it wasn't until after like I checked on Stan Odie, I was like, holy shit, Arkansas probably got tore up too. And
I know.
yeah. That's some crazy 23:14 in England. What is that in not metric timing?
2:13.
2 in the morning or 2 p.m. Oh, 2 in the afternoon. Oh, that's cool. Heck yeah. Good, Hazel. Hey, welcome, Hazel. I love our UK Murkies, man.
Oh, wait, no. 24? 12. It's 12. It's midnight.
It's midnight there?
Yeah.
That makes a lot more
I
sense.
forgot about
I wish I had like an international clock widget for the show, so I knew what times it was for everybody. Kind of just need one, period.
23 was 11.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure 23 is 11 p.m. Yeah.
there we go. 11 p.m. Okay, cool. 11:15, says Hazel. Oh, okay. It's late. Shit. It's a late night show for y'all. We got people in Twitch trying to get us to send them Litecoin. I don't even know what the hell that is. Yeah, there's definitely an app for that, Allie. Definitely an app for that kind of business. Okay, let's see. From CBS, I have takeaways from Kim Potter's testimony, 5-minute video from the news. Let's check this sucker out real quick. Everybody let me know in the chat. Speak up in the Discord. You can talk over this. I'll turn the volume down a little.
We've been watching former officer Kim Potter testify in her own defense. The prosecution has finished its cross-examination. Now, she is charged with killing Dante Wright during
If I
a
randomly
traffic stop in
disappear,
Brooklyn
it's
Center,
because my
Minnesota.
loan
Potter
officer is
became
called about something from my
emotional
house.
several times during the testimony.
Gotcha.
She claims she
I thought you meant
realized
disappeared
she grabbed her
physically
gun
in general,
instead of her
and then you
taser
said loan officer, and I was like,
Right.
wait, what happened?
As much fucking security clearance as I've had to go through for the last week, if I randomly physically disappear, you know why.
It's the government, and
My pleasure.
Rebecca, what
there's not
did
much I can
Kim
do.
Potter say on the stand?
Nope.
And as your friend, I'm sorry.
Well,
No, you
she
just
went
have to
through-
miss me from
She went
afar.
through her history,
I'm writing books.
And then she went through that one
Do it.
moment,
I'm going crazy. Find my
and
friend the book.
Explain what happened from her perspective. Mostly.
Please make it in a Where's
seems
Waldo
like
format.
Find my friend too, Colin. Where's my friend?
Almost blacked out. I mean,
I need my
that's
friend
the
back.
testimony that she gave. That she, during that one moment, as soon as she realized what she had done, she says, it was chaotic, and she doesn't remember anything after that.
What was the defense trying to accomplish by putting her on this stand?
Well, I think that they were hoping that they could create a sympathetic portrait, that she would appear to the jury as somebody who is truly remorseful at her mistake, but that this was an extremely stressful situation in which she felt that another officer's life was in danger, and that she was
When loan officers disappeared my cuz, the book, says Allie Cattails in the
I
chat.
think putting her up there is maybe
Yes.
an effort to make her seem sympathetic.
This lady has a whole wet bar behind her.
Helps or hurts her case?
Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm an alcoholic.
You know, it's really hard to tell. There was that moment in her testimony where she broke down crying, a little reminiscent of the moment that Kyle Rittenhouse in the recent
And it's been
trial,
drank on.
which he claimed self-defense.
A whole
also
wet
broke
bar.
down crying. It, you know, those things, either they work or they don't work. Either the jury sees it as a true
Dun dun dun. Says
sincere
Ellie
expression of emotion, or they see it as, you know, crocodile tears, as some sort of effort to, you know, push to gain the sympathy of the jury. And it's also possible that they see the tears as honest and they still feel that she's culpable. So any of those possibilities could exist. It really depends on how the jury experienced that particular testimony. You know, I think that she came across a little bit defensive in her cross-examination, especially unwilling to be forthcoming and pushing back a lot, sort of on unnecessary questions with the prosecutor. And I'm not really sure quite why she did that, because it contrasted with her emotional, you know, breakdown, which I think might have worked, but then she sort of backed up into this defensive stance. And I'm not sure the defensive stance will play all that well.
Speaking of that cross-examination, how did the prosecutor...
Oh, snap. Special guest got the WordPress for the tattered map up. Hell yeah, dude. That's dope. I've been pumped for something like that. Just you know, he's already got the Tiddly host, which is dope as shit. So check it out. There's a link for it, tatteredmap.wordpress.com. thetatteredmap.wordpress.com. Relevant to our show. If you follow the Tattered Map, if you watch it, check that out. If you don't watch it, you should watch it. It's down there. There's a whole playlist. Watch it. You got hours of us going conspiracy. Full conspiracy, Alex Jones mode. You know what I mean? We go out there with it. Yeah. Anyway. The Kim Potter trial. It's happening. I'm slowing down from covering it because I don't know where it's going. I don't see too much interest in it. I'm going to start covering things that pop up in the Discord more than anything. And I'm probably going to make a, you know, hey Murk, talk about this on air, like actual thing. I don't know. I probably already have a submission thing that I've been ignoring. My bad. Want to move into the Hasanabi stuff. Hasanabi, he's been kicked off of Twitch for saying cracker, for calling white people crackers. And oh look, it's Linda Dishonest. Say who people truly are, but your last name is Dishonest. That's hilarious. But let's check out what's going on with this Hassan business. The Young Turks covered it, which I thought was funny because that's, you know, I think she describes him as their little cousin at the top of this, which I didn't watch all of it. I just watched the first few seconds. I was like, well, this is probably gonna, you know.
Our sweet nephew, Hassan Piker, is in trouble. And turns out that he got banned from the platform that shot him to fame, Twitch, because he used an incredibly offensive word.
Oh my God, Anna, what was it?
I mean, look, the word is so offensive that we might need to target a franchise, a restaurant franchise that also uses the word in their name, Cracker Barrel.
No, that's C-word barrel.
C-word barrel. Apologies. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I really hope I don't get canceled for this.
Yeah, and it's got the word country in it too. Some people find that offensive. Old other C-word store, C-word barrel.
So let me give you guys the context here. Twitch has decided to implement a 1-week suspension for Haas. And there are other streamers who are now also experiencing this suspension. For instance, Vosh is another streamer. He is indefinitely suspended because apparently he used the word cracker in his stream. And so this all started when Hassan noticed that 2 of his moderators or mods had been suspended from Twitch, and it was because they had used the word cracker. That sparked a debate with others in his community who disagree with his take on cracker. He does not think that it's offensive, and it is not the equivalent of using, let's say, the N-word, which is an actual racial slur. Others disagree, and since Twitch, like many other social media platforms, aren't very clear on what their terms of service happen to be, or more importantly, they don't apply their rules evenly among all streamers. Turns out that Haas ends up getting a 1-week suspension. So he talked about this through Twitter, saying, yes, it is for exactly what you think it is, anti-white racism for using the term cracker. And we do have the video of where he had used that word. So let's just take a quick look at that offensive video.
Here it is.
More times than every single one
the
of you
juicy offensiveness
for bitches in my chat, okay? Let's be real for a second, okay? Mr. Alabama, I've been called a load more than you. Why? Because I'm extremely online, okay? So shut the up. Stop crying about this term, okay? Recognize that the person who's calling you a is literally powerless, okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. A person calling you a is powerless. They're doing it as someone who's been historically oppressed, blowing off steam, okay? You can say that that's infantilizing or whatever, but that's truly the reality.
Are we censoring the word cracker?
Yeah.
Are we really not allowed to use
by the way,
word?
I don't know if Twitch is going to ban us now because we're using the word on air. So this is real.
Oh
I have
no,
idea.
is Twitch going to ban us? This is our triumphant return to Twitch, by the way.
All of this is insane.
Okay.
Like, yeah, go ahead.
So look, obviously Hassan and I are both from Muslim background. We're from the same
yeah,
family.
special. Yeah.
But Hassan looks pretty white, so that's why he gets called that word all the time as well, right? And so the reason it doesn't bother him, it doesn't bother any rational person.
It doesn't bother me. I say cracker all the time.
There's nobody being lynched after being called cracker. Okay, there's no one being discriminated against after. You show me one case where black people or Latinos or whoever used it has
but I
so
agree with
much power.
Special. That's a
they
good
said,
point.
I
I
don't
mean,
want
you know,
crackers working here, and then they discriminated against them. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. So yes, some people use it in a derogatory fashion. By the way, it's also a very normal word in the English language. Are we banning Ritz crackers? Whereas the N-word is only used in that context, so context matters. By the way, if you say the N-word in a news context, quoting someone else, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. Now, mores have changed about that, but I wouldn't ban anybody for that, obviously, right? But in this case, they're pretending to be outraged about an insult that doesn't ever really get used in America. It's, okay, well, we're gonna ban people for honky. Oh, wow, I get so discriminated against because you called me
I say
honky.
turkey a lot.
All this is total lies.
Like a lot.
Wing. Don't worry, we are cracking down on anti-white racists. It's absurd. There's no such thing. People are pretending that there's a problem when there isn't. It's the usual right wing.
There it is, though. Special's got it. Special, hop in the Discord and chit chat with me. But you've got it right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's up. Like, look, it's got me rethinking me calling people crackers all the time, because I do all the time. I do. I'm like, I don't, you know, I come from a fairly cracker ass place, you know, and maybe I shouldn't say that as much. It's definitely bannable now, so I really shouldn't. But I want to know how you guys feel. Let me know in the chat. Hop in the Discord. Let's talk about it. Especially because as soon as I can control my tone. Gotcha. A slur is a slur, says Special Guest. For sure. I agree with that now. I mean, you know. If it's a racist slur, it's a racist slur, says Special. Word. Feel ya. It's got me rethinking using it. I probably will try to stay away from it, you know. As somebody who's normally not on the side of the table of that kind of thing, I might, you know, bug it. Yeah. probably still think it unintentionally, you know, like that cracker, that turkey. I say cracker, turkey, honky all the time in my mind, for sure. More than I actually say it, but. Let's see. We can maintain the taboo on one and put it above all slurs. But really what it does in 2021 is amount to something that will be perceived as an unfair distinction. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, all slurs are designed to dehumanize. Think about that. And that right there, Special, is kind of at the heart of why I'm probably going to just rethink my language moving forward with anything addressing another group of people or anything that's used to generalize a group of people. That is my goal when I say that shit, is to somewhat dehumanize, and I don't like that. I don't like being like that. But mods in the chat, be ready. Like admins, we got probably either a stalker or some kind of creepy X type back in the chats. Whether we want to be or not, the brain only keeps up with 150 people. I've heard that. I've heard that too, that the brain can only keep up with 150 people. Justin, you've probably encountered a bunch of people in your life. I know we've both probably, like, a living memory I have of the two of us is having been around more than 150 people. But I felt like you knew at least 150 people at that event and knew more people that weren't there. So, I don't know. Special guest says, but the point of the bringing up our mind can only keep up with 150 people is that ends up with us mildly dehumanizing everyone who isn't in our 150. Wow. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. Christy says, on good days, I can't keep track of what the name of my kids are. That's fucking hilarious as hell. Yeah. I mean, I definitely know more than 150 people, but I couldn't, like, actively remembering. Yeah, I mean, I might forget. She look like people change over time too. Recognizing acquaintance isn't the same as having actual meaningful relationship with a person actually in our social circle. Got you. Oh yeah. Jameson says, off topic, but Maxwell will not testify and the defense has rested. Yeah. Yep, and Maxwell's not going to testify, so yeah. And YouTube's slowly banning people covering it, so I'm not really going there. Yeah. Special guesses, I mean, I keep up with thousands of faces. Yeah. Okay, so our capacity to remember visual was, you're talking about actual, like, meaningful. When you think of my people, that's your people, you got 150 people. Yeah. The people you're praying for, you know what I'm saying? Just ain't gonna walk. Cracking me up, Special. New damning report about Trump's response to COVID-19 from CNN 4 hours ago. Should we check it out? Should we check this out? Let's see what CNN's... See, they're back to mudslinging Trump, which is just hilarious that it still shows up.
Officials make, quote, deliberate efforts to undermine the nation's coronavirus response for political purposes. CNN's Sunlen Servati just got her hands on this report. Sunlen, I know you're pouring through it right now, but give us the top lines you've seen so far.
Yeah, John, this is so far a very damning report of how the Trump administration handled their COVID response. This is a report from the House Oversight Committee. They conducted months and months of interviews with former Trump administration officials who were there during the pandemic response. And this report out of the committee concludes that, quote, Trump administration officials engaged in a staggering pattern of political interference in the pandemic response and failed to heed early warnings about the looming crisis
crisis. These decisions place countless Americans' lives at risk, undermine the nation's public health institutions, and contributed to one of the worst failures of leadership in American history. And the report cites, according to the committee, many powerful anecdotes that they say they gathered over the course of the administration's response, including Trump administration officials, they say, blocking numerous officials from speaking publicly about the state of the pandemic. In one case,
word. All right. Yeah. Okay, Trump. Word. Alley Cattail says, this is just going back to the topic of, you know, the Hassan situation and the getting banned for white racism and saying cracker. Ali Cattail says, not offensive in the same way, in my opinion, but not nice or something I say. I try to stay away from anything derogatory that's based on inherent traits. It's ignorant, lazy, and isn't the root of the problem. I feel the same way now. I've been guilty of it in the past on this channel, so fuck it. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best not to in the future. Honestly, and the goal of it was to dehumanize, and for that I apologize. All you goyams out there, I'm sorry, man. I'm bad. I have a different opinion, yeah. I just stay away from all of them, special, you know? If someone called me a cracker, just laugh it off, but some people might be offended. Yeah, if someone's offended, yeah. Crackers should be banned for constantly sharing fake news and riling people up, not this. Jameson, what? Oh, is he a frequent offender, riling people up or something? I've not seen any of that. I've just seen him report news. I watch him on The Leftovers with Ethan Klein sometimes, like a couple of the episodes, but not really. I don't really keep up with Hassan too much, other than this news that popped off, because we're returning to Twitch. Welcome back. Hello, Twitch. We're back. Not the biggest fan of the platform, but, you know, see if this leads to anything. Oh, the whole group on the Young Turks does it. Oh, Jameson, yeah, I'm not talking about his work on the Young Turks. He's been independent for a while now. Talking about his kind of independent. He does this, what I'm doing. So, especially because if someone slurs me, I should be able to slur them back personally, one-on-one, if I use a slur in a context that is non-derogatory context, like a joke that illuminates instead of dehumanizes. I don't think that's a very adult way to go about it, special, but that's you. I just don't think that's a very grown way to go about any form of discourse. And I think most monks of any orthodoxy would probably tell you too, there's a lot of different ways to handle that. But, you know, maybe you got to hang up with conflict or something. I don't know. Any son they want with their own mouth without it leading to social death. Yes and no. This is the paradox of free speech. You do have to pay attention to what's going on around you, and you know there are things you can say one-on-one to somebody that if you're saying it in a public place can ruin a reputation. And if you say things angry in the moment without making amends afterwards too, there's a lot of people I know that kind of hold that immediate conflict. I mean, what it is, it's a mutually assured destruction mentality, and that works in chess, that works in a lot of different things strategically. It's a very black and white way to look at things, but I think that's a little more socially, I like the social complexities. I live for those. I'm really good at them. So, yeah. No. I didn't say it had anything to do with age, special. I mean, a 12-year-old can form the opinion that I'm talking about where it's not a very grown opinion. There's not a very grown protocol to follow. I just don't think something like that needs necessarily a black and white way of thinking. But I did pull up some Ghislaine Maxwell news. Since we brought up the Ghislaine stuff, and we might get banned for reporting it, but we're just going to cover it for 1 minute. Let's just check it out. Let's just check it out.
Girlfriend for a time as a witness in Maxwell's sex trafficking trial. A woman who said she had been Epstein's sex slave claims she'd been forced into an encounter with the Dubins. The couple called the allegations, quote, demonstrably
I don't think
false.
it's situationally dependent either. Special, you have someone like me, a kiddo from the middle of nowhere, agreeing with a passive, taking upon a pacifist nature the same way someone in the East does that's old as hell.
Take now. Subscribe to our
I don't even think it's. I think there's something to. I come from a very confrontational home. We have a story here. The unvaccinated face death and severe illness this winter, Biden says, but I feel like this is fear propaganda. I don't know why he said that. Did he say it like that? No, Christy, they did not. Did that really happen? Hold on. I saw a news article about it. Hold up, Christy. Let me pull that up. Dropping juicy TikTok news. Let's see, I got a little from Bloomberg.
In the US, there
What do we
has
got?
been a wave of school shooting threats on TikTok and other social media.
What?
And it has prompted temporary school closings in several states. A number of schools have bolstered police presence as a precaution. TikTok says it is working with law enforcement to assess those risks.
Ooh, lordy. Ooh, lordy. Bloomberg Quick Take needs to have a cooler video format. That's gross. Upload those as shorts, dude. Why are they doing that? They're gonna miss their shorts bonus. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Here's something better.
School authorities across the country have ramped up security measures today after alleged threats of school violence began emerging on the social media platform TikTok. Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley joins us now for more. Dan, break this down for us. How did these threats begin and how are schools responding?
Yeah, that's right, Emily. It seems like these threats kind of began rather nebulously. It doesn't seem as though many of the districts that have responded saw any direct threats to themselves. But there was one where a student was seen discussing school and then holding a gun that ended up being a BB gun. And we've seen, responses from different school districts across the country, as well as some of the leading authorities in those counties basically coming out and saying, we're going to be taking extra precautions, or in some places have even canceled school. I went on TikTok and I looked up school threat, which is a hashtag, and I saw some students who had posted images from their school with classrooms that were half empty.
Thank you, Nicole.
Had basically
shout out Nicole.
Notices to parents, and so they just ended up keeping their children home. So it's disrupting school for sure for a lot of students. Some students, though, were taking it in stride and to a degree even making jokes about it. But
I see what you mean by that, special guest now. He says you think TikTok should be banned on national security grounds?
Obviously, the spat of school shootings that we've seen across
There's a
the past few
MURKradio
years.
TikTok,
So that means that these different districts, counties, and states are going to be taking extra precaution. But we did see, for instance, the governor of New Jersey
really,
send out a
Mrs.
tweet saying that there were no
crazy.
real definitive threats, but that they were going to make sure that students were protected regardless.
Dan, it's really amazing how many trends come out of TikTok. Some of them are fun, some of them are cool, some of them are just downright crazy and this downright dangerous. But how credible are some of these threats?
Yeah, a lot of law enforcement that's responding to this say that the threats aren't credible at all, that it seems to be kind of a panic that was set off. And then because of the social nature of TikTok and teenagers being teenagers, people started sending out TikTok.
Jameson, saying a nationality and then bastards will get you banned on Facebook, by the way. Just wanted to say that. I've been banned on Facebook for saying that jokingly.
About it, then making their own.
And now I don't say it. Now I try not to say it.
Started making TikToks about
unless I'm jokingly
so
again
forth,
talking shit about the metric system.
To metastasize.
I don't like the metric system.
The country. So from what I was seeing, there were TikToks of some kids saying, nothing's going to happen tomorrow, just relax. This is from yesterday. Others saying that they were nervous to go to school. And then, as I said, some showing kids at school today with classrooms that were half empty saying, look at what, kind of ridiculousness this has caused. But it doesn't seem like it's a credible threat at all. And different school districts have said that. And law enforcement have said that, but just out of an abundance of caution, they just wanted to warn parents and are taking different steps to ensure the safety.
I always forget how drafty it is in this spot,
following
dude.
the school shooting in Michigan. That makes sense, but it doesn't seem like this is actually anything that's going to happen or has happened. I kind of chalk it up to something of a panic, similar, obviously much darker, but similar to what we saw to that Tide Pod challenge, where everyone's saying, "Oh my God, kids are eating Tide Pods now." But I don't think very many kids actually ate Tide Pods.
All right, Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley, thank you so much for that report.
Oh no. Let's see, what do we got in the chat here? Whoa. FDA to permanently allow abortion pills by the mail?
Abortion access is in the hands of the Supreme Court now, but not entirely. Today, the FDA announced that it will permanently let patients receive abortion pills by mail. Under a new rule, women will no longer have to physically go to a clinic or a medical office to get the medication. They'll be able to get a prescription after an online consultation. The FDA eased in-person requirements during the pandemic, and now this rule will disappear permanently. Of course, today's move may add more fuel to the national abortion debate and perhaps prompt legal challenges. We'll keep you posted.
Thanks for watching our YouTube
I
channel.
bet you was gonna have all of the Texas lawmakers freaking the hell out, dude. That's crazy.
How are we going to let people bounty hunt if they're not out there getting them in person?
Right? What? How are we gonna round them up if they're not? How are we? Ugh, that's just wild. All right, here's the actual Ghislaine Maxwell will not testify. No. Hold on. What do we got? Anything? I just still can't believe this TikTok thing. Let's see, what do we got here in the text chat? But in our Orwellian era, hold up. People outside of these groups can apply common sense, though. I've been called a lot of things, comes with the territory. I wasn't offended. If I was part of a different group, I would have, I'm sure. Talking about being offended by being slurred upon. Slurred at. I've been slurred at. You're an intelligent attorney capable of reflection, sympathy, and empathy. Intellect, reflection, sympathy, and empathy are far from universal traits, says special guest. I'm not saying that can't all be developed, but you have to take people as you find them in a situation. I don't know. It's just, I feel special, like you're applying the situational philosophy to the wrong part of your ideology here, but maybe I just need to hear it better. I don't know. Yeah, with those traits in specific. But I mean, I don't see how slurring back at them is gonna do anything. I still don't see how, Jameson says, just saying, if someone calls me a bastard, etc., I don't care. If someone calls me the N-word, we have an issue. Yeah. Once things, get to that point, once I'm slurred at, I just depend again, like that's a situational thing for me every time but I normally give it back to him. I normally call him a cracker or a turkey. And I feel bad about it. Like, now I feel kind of bad about it. Like, well, maybe I shouldn't have returned fire that way. But Oh yeah, special. Oh yeah, special. No, it has nothing to do with the other person's race, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think anybody. Yeah, I don't know. I am not picking apart that angle of anything. I think that's yeah. That's how everybody should be, man. Like, in none of the examples I just gave did I say a race that was slurring at me. I don't know. But I'll normally give it back. Cracker, turkey. Really, no matter what you are, I might say cracker or turkey. That's why I'll be honest, the reason I'm most kind of shocked by the cracker thing is I realize Hasan said it specifically at white people to dehumanize them. Now, when I'm kind of playing it up and being a little bit emotional when I say I've said it to dehumanize white people in the past on this stream, but that's not necessarily true. Like, I'll just generalize a whole group of like older people and say crackers. There could be any race in that group of people. I probably called them cracker. Like, I don't know why. Crusty, crunchy, old. I don't know. But now I'm done with that word. Now I gotta move on from cracker. That's fine. Social structure's giving me a hurdle. I'll hop that shit. Bow. I'm done with it. I know I've said it a bunch in this stream already, but I'm saying it in a way to express that I'm trying to minimize my future use of it in the context of generalizing and dehumanizing any group of people. Because again, I feel like I didn't use turkey or cracker to really say it. Like, I've used turkey to describe criminals a lot. Especially if I'm reading Batman and I forget the name of the villain or it's just some henchmen. I say, like, Batman punched these turkeys in the neck. I'm not trying to be necessarily racist. Just saying they're old mobsters, like old criminals, turkeys, dude. Yeah.
Some of them might have floppy necks.
And, I've used, again, the word cracker to mostly describe, like, just elderly people bitching about something. Like, that's when I think, like, cracker, like, before even, like, if I'm to, I don't really think, I guess they're white. Wrinkles. But I know that that's not how most other people use it. And then when I listened to the video of Hasan using it, I was like, oh, okay, now I see why this is a bannable offense and why me saying it wasn't. Because I was in a joking context saying it about a group of like older people.
Look, man, I want to tell you how it works as bad and can be as bad. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. But works differently, which is why we do not perceive it as the same. The common culture across the last 10 years has come to the conclusion, expressed through the maxim, white people have no culture. And what that means is that in relation to the words cracker, it's not even white people's. They can't have it. All they can do is take it.
Yeah.
That's why it's dehumanizing. Black people are allowed in our culture to take that word on as a personal badge of honor. Not cracker, but the one that no one's allowed to say. And that's part of what makes it different. If it was universally rejected, as opposed to, as it was in general before the era of gangster rap, not blaming gangster rap for anything, but if it was universally rejected as being insidious because, as everyone said, literally it only means one thing, then this would not be a duality even being capable of set up.
Yeah.
Like, that's why it's insidious.
Yeah,
right?
Jameson says, my argument is this: slurs like cracker can be used towards someone because of their race without being racist. We should admit that, says Jameson. I mean,
dude, I can use the wrong slur for people too.
Yeah.
You can decide a word means whatever. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Jameson, I heard exactly that line of logic about the N-word growing up in Mississippi until the time I moved here. Which lets you know that they're just using it as a dehumanizing word, that they will even place, especially back home, people of their own race but not of their own class or religion in. That's one of the reasons that it was classically used when you'd hear like a sand in words to describe to a person of Middle Eastern descent. Like Like, it's just that things have shifted post the 90s as black culture was amplified by media to take it on as a personal badge of in-group honor, functionally, and as a sense of expression. Like of personal expression against struggle that demonstrates by taking it back they're winning.
Yeah, I think a lot of your Columbus is showing.
Yeah, dude, I feel you, man. But I love everybody, and when I say that, I worry about the insidious nature of linguistics and how it is used by people who have degrees in policy and in the media to control people. And I believe that we've been completely set up on a dichotomy to hate each other and argue about this shit.
It definitely sounds like it's been used, probably, if I had to gamble, back in your hometown against you in a way that probably made you feel bad. And
it's been used while I'm getting hit with a bat, my man.
Yeah.
So that'll make an impression on you.
Yeah.
So to say, oh well, you don't know how it feels. I'm Hassan Piker and I hear it online. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
You feel like him using it that frequently and freely maybe minimalizes a struggle that you've had from an area you're from, and that's very valid. You're not the only person from there who has that experience.
The only person I know that's had to deal with that. So, and to totally erase a group of people that have an experience makes people come across as if they're intentionally weaponizing it, or just are proving that they just want to dehumanize people too.
That's Hassan definitely seems like that was excuse me, indeed the context in which he was trying to use that word. But and
it's not useful to give people a pass on that.
I know I definitely apologize if I've offended anybody using it, generalizing it. If I've generalized it, your demographic, and used that term, because again, normally when I use it on the stream in particular, I've used it at like just older people fucking around. Like, I just say, get that crap
here's
out of
the
here.
thing. Here's why you've never said it in any way anyone should get mad about. I've never heard you say that shit with hate in your heart.
I've never bit it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I would also say I don't think you should stop. But this is you, not me.
Yeah.
But you didn't have hate in your heart.
Yeah.
Like, people can walk up to me and call me some foul shit, and depending on our relationship, I just think it's funny.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. If it's like somebody you have rapport with, or even if it's someone new who says some shit, but it's like you can tell there's not hate in their heart. They're looking at you in a way.
I can tell they're playing, right? Or they're attempting to bond. Look, man, why am I going to be mad about that? Just because they don't know my history.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to be so loud. I have trouble controlling my tone when I'm talking about things that are close to my heart.
You're fine. I'm not. I'm glad you're here, filling some air with me and Justin, buddy.
But I want to be clear. It's like I said. I don't think any of y'all should. I think that Hassan was weaponizing it in an attempt to cause greater division because that's what makes him a dollar.
Yes.
And that's why I find it insidious and gross. I also know that he's doing everything he does, 1, for self-aggrandizement, 2, to work toward his political goals, and 3, to spread his particular message, which sure sounds like it's supposed to be great, except he talks like a fucking propagandist from the 40s.
I've never actually watched his independent stream since he's left the Young Turks and stuff. I watch him on The Leftovers with Ethan Klein, but for the most part, that's him and Ethan Bounds. It's not very serious, you know what I mean? It's kind of a more lighthearted show. So I've been meaning to kind of maybe check his channel out and see what it's like, because if you were to judge Alex Jones's if you were to judge like a day on InfoWars off of just like memes and shit you've seen, like, you wouldn't actually. So I've been really interested to see, like, is he hawking vitamins? Does he have his own merch? What is it?
Dude,
does he have a message and a narrative he's pushing? Yeah, because I've heard the press say, known socialist or socialist activist or, socialist reporter, socialist vlogger.
Look, here's what happens, right?
Yeah.
If you're a person who thinks that the book Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky is going to accomplish anything, you are functionally someone who has been co-opted by a 70 or a 60-year-old program to attempt to destabilize the U.S. that's been kicked back up.
Yeah.
That's all that's happening. They're running the same old shit on you that they did back when he wrote it in the fucking 70s.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It works, but it's just a destabilization manual.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. It says that the way you accomplish things is by destabilizing everything. And everyone accepts it because there's a lot of words. But at the end of the day, is destabilization the way to accomplish things? No, it's just a way to create chaos and thus opportunity so you can try to seize power.
Does he seem like an agent of destabilization to you? Like, is that how he kind of...
I've
just seen him kind of cover shit like TikTok and Trisha Paytas, so I'm not actually sure where he falls. You know, I know he's not a socialist.
I believe that most of the modern political blogging sphere in general, as we opened up the Overton window over the course of the last 10 years to include Nazis and communists and fascists, is mostly at this point functioning as destabilization agents, whether that's their intent or not.
Gotcha. Wild. I mean,
this is why I get upset over politics, because nobody's actually talking about solutions that people can work with, because they're too busy dehumanizing each other with terms like socialist. Like, I want to be clear, because those terms for most people are just weaponized to mean enemy of my position.
Yeah.
It's just another word for enemy of my position. This is the insidiousness of English, of the language, because when people don't have a good grasp of the subtle difference between synonyms and all correlate them to mean the simplest definition, and we've just got a lot of words that mean the same thing because it's a poetic language, your brain gets wired to say, that's not on my side, they're all just enemies, subconsciously.
Yeah.
Well, when you do that, fuck, man, it's fine to destabilize the country because you're goddamn surrounded by enemies.
Yeah.
If every faction's thinking like that, and they're all doing things that would lead to destabilization, well, buddy, have you noticed how everything's on fire? Just after social media happens?
Oh, yeah. That's true. I mean, yeah, things do get crazy. I've always wondered how much turmoil was happening that we just, didn't necessarily hear about. Things are just interconnected now. Now you can form turmoil, too, potentially, in a way that's interconnected through social media.
They've only been studying it since literally, like we talked on the Tattered Map, with Chile in the 70s, when they tried to functionally put a file on everybody and utilize that to figure out which groups to play off against each other so that they could maintain... You know how it's weird that it seems like we'll pick one drug gang to support, like the Zetas? Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's a management strategy. We're figuring out how to let them divide and conquer. But you can't ever destroy it, right? You can't destroy the drug market because then you'd lose your management. You wouldn't know who all the networks are. So you can just keep dividing it and crashing it back into each other. In the era post like cybernetics research, that's how they started thinking. They started doing it in the 70s, and we're trapped in a world where AI now is functionally doing it to people all the time through the algorithm on social media.
Okay. Let's see here.
That's most likely.
Apparently,
and sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as a hateful, bigoted slur. That's the whole point. Hateful, bigoted slurs without historic or contemporary oppression.
Hello?
Just
oh yeah, sorry. I got it. Can you see my screen share?
Feel bad.
Well, no, I'm watching also, but you've sort of locked up on YouTube. There you go. You're back.
God, what is happening? I'm getting increasingly more annoyed with the way that
this apparently so his position is literally exactly the same talking points as what they said on the Young Turks. Like, it doesn't have a history of like violence behind it necessarily, but again, this is minimizing people who are from places like where Special Guest is from, where it was definitely used during violent acts. So Special Guest has a completely valid and different point of view on that word. And I know that again, just to restate personally, anybody new rolling in, I'm not probably gonna. I'm gonna try not to use it to I'm gonna try not to generalize people at all anymore. I'm bad about it,
dude. That's a very ethical and moral, and I want to say wonderful standpoint to take. And I'm very happy you are.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that, like, one, I feel like there's times that are appropriate, generally when you have to use shock to illustrate a point to people who would not otherwise understand without the use of like an inversion principle via the use of a slur. Like that's an appropriate time. In 2021, there's no need to be going after people. But if someone, say one of your friends is dumb and it's the only way you can get it across to them so they will understand, that's a valid and appropriate use. To put a general taboo that leads to social death because someone once heard you said it, that's insanity.
I don't really keep friends that are like that, man.
Well, yeah, but everybody, like I've had to tell Jameson, everybody's not you and doesn't have your faculties, and everyone hasn't had your experience to lead them to not associate with people like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it feels like it feels like what you're saying is you got to sometimes be mean to your dumb friends.
No, but sometimes you might have to say something shocking to your dumb friends. Because they're so caught up in their own linguistic traps that they don't understand how they have a double standard. That's generally the best way that I have found to be able to break people out of that. It illustrates the point immediately. Say when you can reverse a situation where they are displaying unconscious racism to invert their sentence to demonstrate why it would be bad for them to do that.
I don't know. I use shocking language specifically to get your wife to go, oh, what? Or to make Lux snap her head around. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, not my job to teach idiots, man. They can go learn it somewhere else. Well,
no, it's not your job, but it's nobody's job to say that no one should be allowed to use an effective tool to teach the idiots they know.
I guess. I feel like I can still say it's not a good strategy. Doesn't seem
in general, no. Yeah. But overwhelming taboo is a bad strategy in general as well. There's certain things there's just no way we can not have a taboo on, to my mind. But when it comes to making noises out of your mouth versus people's sensitivity, when you don't have hate in your heart and they're taking it quite often out of context, and the concept in society now is, oh, a word was said or written? Well, they are not going to have access to everything involved in life if we can help it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a problem.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not that I don't know. Hey,
I'm conflicted, too. I'm not asking you to know. I'm only presenting the strategy and feelings that I have, you know? I'm not even asking you to change your position. I'm just trying to explain why I feel the way I do.
I've just seen you employ this socially and it backfire on you tremendously.
Sure. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah. In the current context where functionally free speech rights have been abrogated, not in a general legal sense, but definitely in what it is meaningful as free speech in a social sense, through the use of megacorporations that control both our public discourse and how we do banking.
Yeah, that's a very eloquent way. That's a very eloquent way to say that in the now, that's what you have to deal with. And yeah, you do. That's definitely. I live in the now, so that's.
Yeah, but you're allowed to criticize the now too, man.
No, for sure, but that's not.
Like.
That doesn't.
And when you criticize the status quo, it always comes at risks.
That's two very different things, though. Like, I guess that I'm talking about. Like, I can't take a risk, but I'm not really hearing you criticize it. You just kind of said that it used to be a way by explaining the way it is now. But again, like
that's what they call chunk up in NLP, where you go to generalities to compare, but I'm talking about subtle differences between the two and why thus they're meaningful. Like, you're just going to a time frame of how it was, how it is, got to accept. We do have to accept it to get through life, but we can change it. That's my whole point with that. But
I don't see how being mean to your dumb friends changes it. That's my thing. I just don't see how being mean to your dumb friends changes it. Or criticizes the status quo.
Mean. I didn't say being mean. I said being shocking. It's only mean if you say using a certain word to your friend is mean regardless of context. There's a difference between being mean and shocking. And if you have to shock them because they are thinking in a manner that is, when I say in generally dangerous society, I'm generally talking about racism.
Yeah.
And the only way you can demonstrate it is by echoing their words inverted to demonstrate how, oh, well, I'm going to call you a piece of shit now, too, just like you did them.
Never seen it work.
We have different experiences.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that. I've never
changed.
seen it. I've never seen it work. I've never seen it work. And again, I've seen you employ that social tactic. I've got friends that do. I've never seen it work in a way that's socially beneficial for them in particular. It does nothing but tear their armor
social,
down.
Like social benefit for the individual and a feeling that things should change in general for everyone are two different things. Like, it's not socially beneficial to take any social risks.
See, how are you going to climb that ladder tearing rungs off of it, though, man? How are you going to climb the ladder of change with social ostracization by isolating yourself by social? You know what I mean? Like, your tactic doesn't seem sound to me.
Your concept in specific is predicated on appealing to literally everyone or appealing to the biggest amount of people. Whereas I'm just trying to appeal to people who understand what I'm saying, man.
Well, no, same way, same thing. I appeal to people who understand what you're saying. But if you actually want to affect change and see that shit in real time, well, here's what I've discovered. You jump those social hurdles. When I get a change in the prompt, this is how I look at this shit. Like, this is writing an essay. When they say don't use this or that word, well, I'm still gonna find a way to make my point because I'm that good. I don't need to fall back. I don't need to fall back on crass, harsh things unless I'm making a joke. You know.
In this case, they're linguistically crashing people together, nominally as a form of equity, but really when people see equity currently, what they see is people at disparate levels, and that leads to a feeling of inequality. We're primates. We're smart. The rational part of our mind absolutely understands equity rationally as a mathematical concept that came out of insurance adjustment. Like, that's its origins.
Yeah. There's always going to be...
equality is something that monkeys understand. They get mad about it if they don't get equal amounts of food. And we're still primates.
I still deal with it, though. Again, it's something that's going to be there for forever. It's inequality and language that is taboo seems to have been with us since we've been recording history. So I don't, again, I feel like if again, to make, for me, if I'm trying to get my point across,
it has, man. Slavery's still with us.
Yeah. No, Libya, but does Libya still have open slave markets?
Yes, they do. We have more human slavery in the world currently right now than at any time on Earth.
Got a really big population.
Dividing the U.S. over language is not going to help that.
But I don't see how those are, again, I feel like there's a battle you're fighting sometimes, say that a big part of the history of that word no one's allowed to say is slavery. Like, isn't that why the South went to war, was slavery? Isn't that the huge outrage, is the bondage for all of the time, even before the sheer years of no dignity? Right? That continued for sure up until the 90s, no matter how you measure it, for an entire class of people. Yeah.
Right? Isn't that why we've got the outrage around the word?
I just still don't see how slurring back at somebody would fix that.
It depends on the person, but to one person, not at all.
Yeah.
To cause a general change in consensus, I'm not willing to take out tools that in some way may be able to benefit individuals so that they can grow based on a single shocking incident.
But you are down to hold on. But you are down to say fuck the tools that anybody else could hand you to help you navigate the new social networks and scenes and hurdles.
I didn't say that.
You did earlier.
If the tool is the equivalent of it's faster to run when you cut your legs off, because with those springy legs you're technically faster, I'm not going to do that.
You see however you want, man. All right. That's no. I mean,
Like,
yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Like I said, I'm not mad at anyone. I have trouble controlling the tone of my voice. It's damn near clinical, and it really affects the way I'm perceived. Because when I have an intense feeling about a subject, my voice just gets louder. It's one of the reasons that on serious stuff I don't get on chat, because I know I sound like a crazy person.
Well, it's not. Again, I'm
that's for the audience.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, no, I'm familiar with your
I'm
tone.
not changing my words.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with your tone. I just, again, it's like, I guess this is a good time to explain it. Like, you're that kind of person. You know this about yourself, and you're still the kind of person that would take the ideology of what you just said. Like, you would slur to slur and then not listen to any other. Okay.
Man,
I'll let you re-listen to your own words on it. I'll let you listen to your own words on it. We'll just, moving on. God damn.
No, you're right, Jameson. You can generalize people, though, without using a slur against them. And that's a wonderful world I would love to live in. And I hope it gets here really fucking fast. I really do. Because there's a huge standard right now that's being enforced on social media, which is our digital fucking grounds.
Well, what do you do with the
I don't
word
think
like
that
Karen?
Riker should have been kicked off for that. I don't like him, and I don't think he should have been kicked off.
Well, what do you do about people who use, like, I'll call, like, if I see a gaggle of middle-aged white ladies with the short bob haircut, I'll probably say, look at that group of Karens. Is Karen a slur? Or
are you using it with hate in your heart? Do you know you're using it in a racial sense?
Well, I don't think.
Or are you talking about an attitude?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know if we should measure slurs that way.
Well, we have to, because racial slurs are a thing, and the gold standard is one.
I just don't know if my heart song should be it should play into this when I say it out loud. Because I can't. Well, people can't hear my heart song. Only I can.
Well, here's the thing. Are you doing it with hate in your heart, or do you just sort of think it's funny because they obviously represent the stereotype, but you also aren't dehumanizing them because you're not saying it to them, and you recognize they're whole-ass people with whole-ass lives, and maybe you're just catching them all in a girl boss moment in a low point.
I say all of my words right now when what my heart it comes right from my heart song, and I hope it comes across just like my heart song sounds, which is happy, warm, and vaguely horny. I would never say that shit about a Karen. If I say look at that group of Karens, it's probably because one of their asses caught my attention. But like, no, again, but again, like, maybe I shouldn't. To my mind, maybe I shouldn't say that. Like Karens, maybe I should be like, look at this, look at that ass. Maybe that's better or worse.
Listen to me. This is the set of linguistic double binds, modern radical culture, faux radical culture. Mm-hmm. It's a culture that fetishizes radicalist language online and doesn't do anything else. Right? They just fetishize it online, use it as much as possible.
Yeah.
When I say words have meanings, man, in English, they affect your outlook.
Yeah.
They affect how you think you can behave against who. Right?
Yeah.
And a big
there's a lot of things that change our vernacular now, and now it's gone from regional. I believe that we're going to see a blending of accents. Accents are going to go away, or there's going to be one probably typical American accent at some point, which we kind of already are developing into, and these regional accents are going to slowly probably fade away because of.
I mean, they have been. I think regional accents have been going extinct for the last 20 years.
Well, and with that, we have a changing in language. Now suddenly when, now yeet, that's not just a Burbank thing. Yeet is everywhere. Yeet is everyone. You got Southern people yeeting.
You're right. You're right.
You got, there is no controlling or changing language. Language is like the weather. I mean, there's
you're right. But here's the thing, right? Unlike any time in history, the rest of the world didn't all have 1/7 of the 1 billion people on Earth couldn't all tie into the same cross between Wikipedia and the Library of Alexandria and get their outlook and worldview from it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well...
And that's why language matters, man, especially since so much of it is in English.
I mean, well,
and English has this slippery ability to cause you to dehumanize people and equate things that aren't really equated because of subtle differences. And when I say subtle differences, the effect is like subtle differences in fucking chemistry on society.
Now, do you? I mean, I just don't see how either. I mean, again, like, I don't see how adopting a. I just don't see how slurring back would help her. I don't really like censorship. I've said that.
I don't know. Well, it's because of the censorship angle, right?
But
like, I'm not saying don't let there be social consequences, right?
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? The guy who played Kramer, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know. And when I say I know, it is obvious to me that that guy was taken off guard by a heckler, having a bad night, and just trying to think of the most hurtful thing he could say after having lived through an era where when you heard people use that word, unless generally from the Deep South, in general culture, you fucking mocked them and made them feel bad. But there was no way to destroy their life, which will radicalize them into calcifying into the position that you call them. Do you have any clue how many people have become Nazis over the course of the last 5 years because they were told constantly they were? Because they just happened to like South Park and gaming and thought using taboo words was funny, but there's a record of it?
I blame the platforms in which these people are drawn to online outside of anything you're talking about. I blame things like fucking Twitch and 4chan, and I blame the radicalization of this youth. I blame specifically the rise in the number you're talking about in hyper right-wing crypto psyop fucking internet shit. That's where that came from, dude. And
Look
if you
at Bob
the
Owens,
Pepe
the billionaire.
shit, the fucking we still get them trailing into here all the time. Half of them moved to fucking Ukraine.
Like, listen to me. listen to me. Bob Owens, UNZ. I believe his first name's Bob. He's a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
He was pretty influential in our politics up until about 2016 when he started this and when it came out that he was listening and funding some right-wing people. By 2019, he's putting out shit based on the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
They dip into people will dip into the fucking crazy. And again, it's this fucking way people get together.
It's not just him. He's used his money to fund a huge uprising of fucking Nazis.
Yeah, again, I think Russia played a part in it to just fucking split us up too. Like, again, but I think, again, where this shit happened was online.
Here's what I'm getting at, though.
That maybe that's the money behind what these people moving to Ukraine.
Algorithm. He figured out, I believe, that they were using the algorithm to just amp up tensions between people because that led to more content.
Yeah.
And then was capable of utilizing that along with a ton of fake accounts to strategically turn people.
Yeah. Well, no, that's how you use analytics. That's
low level media influencers.
That's targeted marketing. That's specifically how you try to twist someone. I think that multiple different parties have tried to do it to Joe Rogan, and he's the hottest ticket to do it to. That's why he gets fed so much crazy misinformation.
That's who they want to get for sure.
Yeah, they've already fed the pill to Tim Pool, and he ate it. He went back for seconds.
If I had to guess, I wouldn't be surprised if that guy's already bought into eugenics.
Probably. He probably has.
That's where I'm at from listening to him. That's my suspicion.
Tim Pool's off his fucking. But no, absolutely. But I don't know.
Out. All of these radicalized people and this. I've been looking this shit up online. It's so much bigger than I thought it was even 6 months ago. Right, and I'm talking culturally. I'm looking at it from a music perspective. I've been finding an astounding amount of Nazi music published, distributed, etc. Across the last 5 years. It all comes out in Europe, but it doesn't matter because it gets YouTube plays, right?
Okay, you're not surprising the dude who told you, hey, did you not see that on that fucking album cover? You know what I mean? I feel you.
That's what put me down the hole. But I was like, okay, well, I gotta look at this, and then I was like, oh yeah, he's 100% right. He's 100% right.
Yeah, there's Nazis in the music industry hard, and it's outside of by music industry. What I should say is art and production of things. Period.
They understand the linguistic manipulation game better than anyone. and they understand how to use the use of taboo and the divisions it creates through language to develop more radicalized people. Look, you only have to radicalize 3% of a nation to have a potential for, or like a good potential for a successful revolution.
Yeah.
3%, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, I think that we're past that.
I mean, well,
if we reach a point that's past a certain level of political polarization in our culture, and I can link you to an article about this from yesterday, having to do with every simulation they've run. If you reach a certain fucking level of that, there's no going back. And part of the only way to diffuse that is, and I mean, guys, I sound like a fucking Christian, but forgiveness, man. Like, you just have to be like, oh, you fucked up. Have you learned your lesson? Like, we didn't kick you out. You only have to miss one recess.
No, you're missing the other tactic, which is the one that they're using. The fucking, you have more than 3% radicalized constantly. How? No, we have huge percentages of like these people holding crazy beliefs that they would take up arms for. They're all fucking, yeah, it's controlled in multiple different directions.
Or anything like this since the 70s, not even remote.
One person showed up to play the game, and instead of we control every player in that shit. And then we just, instead of eliminating that shit or forgiveness or any other route, what we did was fucking blow it up and control that shit. We want you to radicalize and try to take the White House. Well, Black Van, all 3% of you, fucking. They're crazy with that shit.
Look, I'm going to tell you, like,
or Xanax gas a town.
Like, the conclusion I've come to is that's part of the strategy.
Yeah.
Because once enough people end up as political prisoners, it will radicalize their families.
Well,
like, for every person you throw in jail over that shit, 5 more just became a radical.
Yeah, well, the press spreads. You know what I mean? Like, the word spreads on you Black Van people. But again, they have things so divisive now, and they have this shit so down that they'll Black Van a whole bunch of trust funders, Jan 6, and fuck, you don't hear about shit, or a bunch of the people that went missing during BLM.
Considering that
a bunch of the people
that's a money harvest mechanism.
Yeah,
it's like you said, that's a money harvest mechanism.
Yeah,
right. Because it's one of those things. Like, if you look at the history of Michael Aquino, he was huge till the end of his life when he got fleeced out of all of his money.
Yeah, but I would put
money. That's what they do to people who accrue tons of money, is they fleece it out of them. They just let them hold it and try and do something with it because it's not that big a part of the world GDP.
Yeah, they built a revolution and civil war wall in a way, and you'd have to get some serious. Yeah, there's just no like. I think it'd take more than 3% of the country being, because we already have more split in multiple ways. More than 3% of the country radicalized towards something, and they don't want those fuckers.
It's not about the 3% being radicalized, and when I say that, the 3% have enough influence on non-radicalized people as leaders that they're still on the side of the radical. But it doesn't happen until a nation is in an astounding amount of social stress, and generally when hyperinflation happens and social services break down.
Yeah, there's and cash people. I don't know, influencers, if that's what we're talking about, like people of influence, people of social majesty being radicalized. If let's say, if you're talking about 3% of that pool of people is radicalized, which I think we surely have.
I think that the influencer amount's in line with whatever the national level is, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that surely there's somebody, like you said, the cat who's specifically cutting checks to make sure that shit's, you recruit in a certain way. You recruit a certain type of person to believe a certain thing.
Dude, Uns is fucking crazy. But look, one of the reasons that I say everything that I said beforehand, right, is because if we don't come up with some sort of social linguistic pressure release valve, something I'm pretty sure even Timothy Leary would agree with me on, then we've been put in a place where the pressure constantly builds up linguistically because of constant social interactions. Resentment starts building amongst people who cannot rationalize things away or reflect on it, and those are the people who become followers of the radical leaders.
Mm-hmm. No, anybody that will confirm your bias. I don't necessarily blame language. I think that happens across any language. I don't know if that's an
language
English.
Is the operating system of the mind, and English is particularly insidious because of its synonym form.
Yeah, but we just see we see the same behavior in through history, anthropologically, pre-English, early English, Middle English, Anglo-Saxon.
They do it differently in different cultures.
Yeah.
Like that's the other thing. When you study the history of how we've induced cultural change throughout the Middle East, they don't use the same playbook in terms of the exact same strategy. They use the same conceptual framework and then build it up within the cultural signifiers of that culture.
What? I don't know.
Like within the cultural institutions, which will often be radically different. So they look at it like like an engineer with a series of inputs, outputs, variables, and modulation.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out after they map it where the critical points of influence are. That's what those terms are for it. Figure out which network has to be modified or amplified or minimized, basically. And then go about doing that, because they have, at this point, AI that do the system analysis of what used to be a whole branch of the fucking CIA.
Yeah.
And, dude, that CIA software is on loan to the DOD. And the DOD is allowed to operate within the U.S. The DOD is tied directly to every one of the large social media companies.
Yeah. So I don't know. Here's the thing, man.
We're being managed just like they were doing in, like you said, like it's a big roundup.
Yeah. I just feel like, again, what brought us to this topic is antithetical to
you were asking how do we get from here to there, and I've been trying to explain. There are a large amount of people who understand neuro-linguistic programming, have applied it to social networks, have figured out what strategies, i.e. what behaviors to make taboo or not. I just don't see how.
I just, again, like you just explained it, and again, I'm gonna kind of wrap things up in some fairly quick terminology, because that's how I roll. But again, I don't see, just to go back to the beginning of the conversation, I don't see how using slurs against somebody, which again socially makes you seem like somebody who's exactly what we just explained, controlled by this paycheck to make these right-wing people happen. I don't see how that's a valid tactic to affect the social change that you want.
Well, it's a tactic, not a strategy.
I just don't see how it's
an
why it's on the table at all for you.
Ethos of how to approach things.
I would think that a better prompt for you would be, let me give him 8 other words that aren't slurs and get my point across.
Depends on the person, man.
I would apply that to everybody. I mean, especially if somebody slurred at you. Yeah. I mean, if somebody slurred at you, was coming at you violently, do what you got to do.
Framework instead of double standards.
Yeah, I mean, that's because I don't know. I just don't. I get it. It just seems antithetical to the thing that you want, because what you want is so good and so understandable. But you have a really gross tactic to try to get there, or your justification for using it is to get there, but it's antithetical. That doesn't make sense.
Well, dude, once again, I think you're conflating, in my case, a strategy and a tactic. This isn't an overall ethos of how to approach it. It's something you do dependent on situation, like on the ground in real time. It's not like you walk around just using it all the time, like a person who heard one funny joke, got a laugh off of it, and it became their personality.
I guess I'm using it in the context in which I guess I'm thinking of it in the context in which I've seen you use it socially. So that's why so what I'm speaking from is just where I've seen you use it, the kind of interactions. Like it's
once again,
just from what I've seen.
Our new form of interaction has to do with a permanent record of all time.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
and the ability to take things out of functionally.
No.
Functionally,
there's
we can go, hey man, how far back does the Wayback Machine go? We'll say 96.
Pretty far, but look at this. I got a list of lost media, boy.
5,
it ain't permanent. I got a list of lost digital media. It's not permanent. I could talk to a guy who used to make Flash games, how permanent the internet is. It ain't that permanent, and not like people thought.
How many of those were billion-dollar industry-leading corporations that you put on their site?
Yeah, but not like you're saying.
MySpace is still up.
Now my music's gone. My page is gone.
Yeah, they did lose a bunch of stuff that people didn't back up 10 years after no one was really using it because Fox Corp bought it.
Yeah, but not even on the Wayback Machine can I find a lot of my old music shit.
But
so I mean, no, it's not. It's not a permanent record.
Okay, it's just an accessible record that in the majority of things where it matters goes back to about 96.
And I'll prove it. Watch Echo Chambers, episode 3. Use the Wayback Machine. It's not fucking there. Sorry, it's not a permanent record. People say that.
You know as well as me, there's a big difference between you deleting your stuff in a Facebook post, which is what you're referencing in regards to me.
Yeah, well, no. Well, with a Facebook post again, I don't think that's permanent either. I think that because I've deleted accounts, made new personalities and shit, just because I was tired of the
it doesn't fucking matter in the era of screenshots.
Yeah.
Like these things go through screenshots, not people providing a link saying go look at this post. People see a screenshot totally out of context of the person's personality or in general behavior. Then when they see a word they don't like, they destroy them.
Oh, people smear you. Yeah, they can smear you with your digital essence. They can grab that juicy status and put it out of context, or pull some fucking interviewer tactics and
the function of it has to do with us moving all slurs, but not all slurs, into a space where if you ever use them, you're canceled forever unless you can dig with whoever deal with a piece of shit like you. And how does that not radicalize people?
I don't see. Again, how making yourself seem radicalized is a valid to get even a point across even in any situation.
Dude, I'm a radical moderate who believes in forgiving people.
But that's not how it comes across if you devolve into using
any
tool from any side.
Position on a point, you have to defend it.
Yeah, I guess I like to make my own tools.
I'm doing my best to explain the context as to why.
Yeah. I guess I just still hold that it's antithetical to your very beautiful goal and dream. I hope we can socially get there where there's no need for censorship, things like that. We can go back to having things like
it's the same as I want to move to a world where I don't feel compelled to carry a gun.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, exactly. It'd be nice if there's a Sam Kinison situation. I think with a lot of people with guns in particular or personal safety, I think that comes to the individual and just how they feel safe. I think that a lot of people I know that have issues with their own feelings of personal safety or have trauma in their past, there's a lot there. They could be on an island, a beautiful island.
Well, yeah, I would say a lot.
I need to stay strapped. It's like, bitch, there's nothing here but chickens. It's Kauai. And it's
that's just, they're dealing with either PTSD or complex PTSD, man.
Exactly.
And the spoiler is. So are an astounding amount of people that were expecting to act rational when they dominantly act emotional, and they will continue to double down on emotion when you have such an American prison sentence type of reaction. We all know the world thinks we're insane for giving people 10 years on theft if you're fucking lucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, because our whole concept is one of, well, we'd prefer to hang you, but the fucking words on the paper say we can't.
There's man, it'd be nice. Imagine if there just a world where we could have a Sam Kinison again. It'd be nice.
Dude, how does it actually harm anyone? That's what I want to get. How does it harm anyone? If you're making someone legitimately feel threatened, that's cool. If they say hearing a particular sound automatically makes them feel threatened no matter what, they have PTSD, which we call a mental illness.
Somebody has to, is it somebody's job to decide how people feel? I like our capitalist system.
It's not my job I don't get to decide how you feel, but I get to decide how I get to respond.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough one.
And if my response is based on me saying that, well, that's a control strategy, whether you mean for it to be or not, and I refuse to be controlled,
I've always wondered if I would live to see a time where the things Hollywood was selling maybe fell out a little bit, even a little bit out of favor with anybody I knew. you know, when I was younger, it felt like, for the most part, especially in the rise of comic book movies, ooh boy, they're really up to something here. They're really doing something. And then, you know, now it's kind of transcended past the comic book. I see a lot of people upset about maybe some of the messages behind some of the comic book movies, and just the way social media has affected things. It's I don't know. It's socially.
Well, I want to address something Jameson just said. He says, I happen to believe the U.S. prides itself on individual responsibility in relation to long sentences, but some might disagree with me. Yeah, but I don't see how, like, that mindset, to my mind, if you're literally taking years from a human being's one life and saying this fixes things, like, dude, just fucking hang them.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead, just fucking hang them.
Yeah.
But be there to look at their eyes bug out.
Yeah.
Because that is that mindset, man. Like, am I saying that there aren't things that we don't need to put people away for? No, I'm not, man. But in general, I believe that what we need to do is to have professional facilities that can help people who are highly traumatized, which is the vast majority of people who engage in antisocial behavior. But we have to do it in a way where it doesn't end up being political prisons, because we've decided that a certain class of people can just call you crazy and throw you in a fucking cage.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm getting at is, you know, who's the person to actually, what fucking authority can watch over all
the whole
of
world
media?
votes on it through America the app, or we have to reserve that right to some people that we have to trust.
Yeah.
But we also have to address that when faith has failed in those institutions, we don't have to trust them anymore. That's actually the entire basis of the entire country, which was antisocial behavior, because we were being treated antisocially.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
and it's got like prison sentences have gotten ridiculous over the course of my lifespan, the last 40 years.
It's got
like
insane.
I'm glad we don't generally kill people anymore in most places.
Yeah.
But fuck, man. Really? Like, motherfuckers getting 10 years on theft?
Yeah.
Like, it's just stuff. I more understand a person in the heat of the moment shooting at people, robbing them because they are robbing them of their livelihood in an emotional state, than I do after the fact fucking taking 10 years from that person's life. Like, it's a wholly different concept where you're dealing with two human beings who are acting irrational, and they're going to act fucking irrational and in the passion of the moment.
Yeah.
Like, I might be charging that person with fucking, I don't know, fucking manslaughter, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's really what she's up for, some gun charges and like manslaughter, right? Kim Potter in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here's another thing, man. Maybe if you are convicted of manslaughter, you don't have to go to jail. You have to go to therapy. You have to live in a halfway house for a while. Right? While you're fucking rehabilitated, so you're not gonna fucking do that shit.
Yeah.
But putting someone in a cage because they did wrong solves nothing. It's the most barbaric shit.
In this instance, I don't know, again, like, having seen the video and stuff, I'd have to say I agree with you. Again, the only thing I feel like I know for certain about Kim Potter is I don't want her to be a cop anymore. Not with a gun, not a gun cop.
Yeah, you don't want her to be out she's demonstrated even after 26 years.
Yeah.
She demonstrated once in what we should call a sacred duty.
Wow.
That she was incapable, and that's not a reason to destroy someone, but it's definitely a reason to get them therapy, make them do some community service, and definitely put them on a desk job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and I realized a person's life was lost.
Yeah.
Like, it fucking sucks. How do we live going forward in a way that does the least damage and most good?
I mean, it's off topic of Kim Potter, but I know something I'm going to do to make my life better for good, hopefully, definitely socially, is I'm going to just start roasting individuals over stuff like, you know, when they look gross. like individuals for individual shit.
The problem is now in the current era where beauty has no meaning, because while it is crass and rude, crass and rude and mean, but I don't think dehumanizing.
Yeah.
To say, I don't find you attractive. In fact, I find you aggressively unattractive.
Normally I follow up a roast with, you should do this. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but at what point do we start just outlawing being mean, man?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Like, because then Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker will not have jobs.
Oh.
That's all they know how to do.
You know, it's about where you are, how you are. It's watch language change a lot over my short life, and words change their meaning.
Well, language is the operating system of your mind, man. And what happens when you're like, and this is a real comparison. The brain is not like a computer. Computers are like a brain, a very specific person's brain. John von Neumann, in the way that they're organized.
Mm-hmm. I just don't think there's any way to control the weather on this one. I just don't think there's any way to control the way it changes. I don't think there's anybody doing it either. I don't think I really don't. I think it just happens. I think it's just lightning in a bottle, fucking crowd shit, 100th monkey shit. Like, I really do think that's why English changes. I don't think there's some cabal behind it. I don't. I
disagree with that because I can tell you, like, that's how French works.
I don't think that's why French changed over time, and I don't think that's why on the
ground. They have 8 people. You can look it up. It's a cultural instant. France gets this. France has burned enough times to fucking get this. They have a cultural institution of 8 dudes who are appointed to life fucking appointments, right? They call them the immortals. I shit you not. Mm-hmm. And they're the ones who decide how linguistic changes are officially going to be for the French language. Mm-hmm. It's wholly arbitrary by like a Supreme Court of language.
No, it's important in their litigation and on universities.
Yes.
That's where it's important. Again, I'm talking about
it's
internet
important
shit.
for us too. Except ours is in no way controlled, and everything's based arbitrarily on how we perceive each other's feelings.
Well, the fact that they have a government role, though, my friend, doesn't mean that it's not like you're thinking.
They still have slang. They make up words all the time.
Well, and we still have people
because of the way that because they have proscriptive dictionaries as opposed to descriptive dictionaries, which, as you know, a dictionary has majesty. It's a sense of authority about words.
Yeah.
Well, if they're constantly changing and don't always have the same meanings, the more you get people real fucking mad at each other when they take a word in the wrong context or not understanding what you mean. And dude, I understand everything I'm talking about relates back to the one word we can't say because of its designation of a hyper-exclusive word in English, right? That may have other synonyms, but you can generally say those words.
See, I don't think it was put there.
But
I don't think it was put on this high of a pedestal for any nefarious reason either. I
didn't say it was put there. Yeah. That evolved naturally before the era of computer and modern AI.
Wow.
But you use the tools you find in general in these situations.
Yeah.
Like a hypnotist doesn't walk up and try and blast you in submission. Or like Darren Brown, he doesn't do that. He uses subtlety to put things linguistically into people's minds.
Yeah, but again, I don't think there's a cabal of hypnotists trying to change English right now. I mean, I think they try.
I think they try. Fucking linguists and politicians and fucking AI scientists.
I just don't know if it's. I mean, I know that they'll fuck with the. You know, you see things changing Websters and shit like that, but there's too much lightning in a bottle. TikTok shit. There's too much yeet and skirt.
There's a big difference. Yeah, yeet's a new word. It's not a new definition or redefinition of an old word. Which is part of why we have this consistent creeping form of everything starts becoming a synonym for each other.
Yeah, but
why we've got 30 words for pretty, which is a function of our polyglot language. English is an evolved polyglot. It's not a language with actual consistent forms, but the brain operates on a network which builds consistent forms.
Was there something that changed
when your structure for building that is inconsistent, it creates people who, if they are monolinguistic, are astoundingly susceptible to things like neurolinguistic programming. Was there
something that changed in Webster's or something recently? They redefined
it. Changes all the time now.
They change the
most recent one is the definition of fascism.
What they changed?
They changed the definition of fascism from being corporate involvement or direct corporate control of the government to being far right. because of the modern view of the political compass. But what that does is it segregates a bunch of things that aren't correct historically.
Fascism right now, because I don't know. That shit don't really affect me.
It affects all these people we were talking about who got called fascists and Nazis and became radicalized over the last 5 years, which is my point.
As a form of far-right authoritarian, yeah. Then now that they've introduced hard into English, the quantification of left and right is a new thing from our yeah.
Well, what that does is that limits people's outlooks into believing those things are all always correlated and can only be. Whereas, once again, if you study the history of the Nazis, or you look at Yaquism, you realize that's not the case. And in fact, the strategy is through the use of the belief that it is.
So wait, hold up. Your beef was with people who are labeled far-right actually becoming far-right.
Yeah, well, because they're constantly told that they're far-right because they express a non-nuanced opinion because they're not particularly well-informed, and the reaction is that they get called the people that we went to go fight in World War II. The people who killed all the Jews. Like, that's a weaponization and dilution of the term Nazi that's been utilized to radicalize people. And the conflation of all fascism's Nazism, all Nazism's fascism, so they're equal.
I don't have a beef with that. I don't know. I don't.
Well, it
I don't see how that plays toward a conspiracy. It's like this
well, here's what I'm saying.
Thing is I don't think
it undermines historical accuracy and is setting up the world right now ideologically for the conditions specifically to allow a mass reemergence of fucking fascism. Which is why Orwell specifically wrote about this.
Well, I mean, yeah, I definitely.
Have you heard about what they're doing with 1984? They're about to put out 1984 from a woman's perspective because that's important.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything really to say about that. I don't really give. Somebody must have requested that shit, or enough fucking analytics came back that the publishers
The Handmaid's Tale's pretty fucking amazing and tells that story.
Well, and that's probably the sales of it are probably why analytically they thought it would work really well. Again, I don't know. I still see nature. I'm not seeing, I don't know. I feel like an outlier is biased an analytic here. But I don't know. Or like maybe an outlying instance has. I feel like the English language of any language.
The reason I feel like they're so close is because you can see that they can tell what's happening and what will happen. It's just not connected to the idea that these people aren't just cash robots, but a lot of them have enough money to be bored with money because they're never ever going to run out. And what they want is power and control for their stupid fucking ideas.
Yeah.
And if you've got access to something that allows all of this to happen,
no, I mean, I agree. There
then
can be
Chinese and Russian social media influence.
Well, look, like we've seen on our own local news networks where they issue the one statement that everybody reads about fake news. Like, remember when that happened? Like, for sure, there's entities that you can prove fucking did that shit. Like, their goal is to set a narrative, and this is the public narrative, and this is what will be in libraries.
Well, dude, Facebook had to admit in court the other day that its fact checkers have nothing to do with fact, and it's only their opinion.
Yeah.
But they're using the word fact to people who assume that there are some sort of actual authorities on truth, not you or I or pretty much anyone listening.
The people who work in the job as Google fact checkers?
Because they operate on headline logic, see the headline, say, oh, well, that's fake. Man, I'm glad that they're doing something about these conspiracy theories. Project Northwoods never fucking happened. Anyway, like it wasn't real because it didn't happen. Fact check that. Like, that's the whole fact check concept is an opinion, but they are using the social majesty within our mind of the word fact. That's a super important word to us. It means truth.
Well, the only reason it has power and that they can use it that way is because they're Google, which Google has replaced fact.
Yes, exactly.
With a lot of,
but you know where this has
Google
not
things
happened?
To find information, like
This has not happened in fucking France. France still has one of the most respected scientific communities in the world.
Fred, that's so much fucking trouble, dude. Did you just point at the fruity pedophile in the room and say that they're the no? Get out.
No, I'm talking about the universities, dude.
I guess when they're not burning.
If you want to talk about fruity pedophiles, we can talk about CNN, though.
I guess when they're burning, but I don't know. Yeah.
Also, based on your logic of not offending anyone with any word that might, you can't say fruity. That one's way out.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, at some point, you're only allowed to refer to groups by hyper-specified names.
No, exactly. Yeah, no, you have
to
call people by
nuance to be
specifically
observed in your position.
Or
you begin having to lay it out like a formula.
Yeah.
And most people can't lay out their feelings like a formula. Have you talked to most human beings? Like, they can't. They're incapable of processing like that. And I'm not trying to be like, people are dumb. It's not dumb. Everyone's brain works different. And we're taking this hyper-rational viewpoint and saying it should be the only way of being. And if you're not, you're bad. Like, you're not a good person.
I mean, social consequences, man.
Well, yeah, but the society is being controlled by a bunch of people whose main focus is on math and coding. And being a person who can program in 5 different languages, I assure you, we are almost all autistic and don't understand social cues, and we are not the dominant amount of people. So a world optimized for us is a dystopian nightmare for people in general.
I don't think so. I don't know. I definitely don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like you eat a black pill this morning, didn't you?
No, man. If it was a black pill, they'd have tricked me into wanting to burn it down. What I'm talking about, though, is how they fuck with people. Like, here's the thing. People have evolved across a whole spectrum of different mindsets.
Who's they?
Some folks are astoundingly excellent at math, but don't have social cues, and then they utilize math to try and understand everything on a subconscious level.
Who's they? You can't just they and move on. Who the fuck are you talking about? I don't know who you're talking about. Who's doing what to me?
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
I did, and I stopped at they because I want to know who you're talking about.
I am one of these people. We could be talking about me, okay? Let's just say we're talking about me, and I also am well aware at this point that I am not alone in the world in my in the way that my mind processes things. But a lot of the people who are like me are fucking terrifying. Because they don't like people. And I think people are fucking awesome. Like, they're what make life worth living. And most of these people are on a goddamn death trip. It's because they feel rejected. Because up until the era of basically the internet becoming the dominant form of organization, which allowed specifically people of a mathematical outlook who often were correlated with autism.
So you're just saying, hold on, the they is just people out there like you who are evil?
No. There are a lot of people out like me.
Answer my question.
They're pretty terrible. They're fucking sociopaths who are beyond driven to achieve positions of power. They identify the position of power, get in the position of power, and then from a constant state of what we would in good times call clinical detachment, manipulate things to just what they'd like to see based on their fucking feelings.
So you're saying specifically a governmental and media...
Mark Zuckerberg's one.
He's
Mark
part
Zuckerberg
of this
is obviously
group of
one
people.
of those. All you have to do is read how he spoke in college and how he viewed people in college. Elon Musk, there's one.
Are you saying there's 2 teams? There's 3 teams?
I think that you've got a whole group of people who view themselves as their own class, and they think they're so much smarter than everyone because they happen to be good at algorithmic thinking, which in the era of instantaneous communication through computers gives them an edge within that system, just evolutionarily, I guess? I don't know. Like, because part of that system has involved a whole fuck ton of spending a lot of time alone behind a screen, tapping on a keyboard while you think about abstract math.
Well, look, I know we've talked about on the Tatter map at least 2-3 different governmental organizations seemingly working against each other, sometimes in tandem with the same kind of nefarious goals, sometimes turning someone into a robot.
Well,
sometimes moving a bunch of children. But question, hold on, let me finish, special. Special, let me finish. Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How many factions you think are out there doing that? You keep saying they and then rush into, but again, it's making you sound crazy as fuck. So I need you to quantify your theys.
So I can give you a described variable, like a clearly described variable, okay? Because these types of groups constantly form smaller groups to do their work, and then those groups collapse and their goods are transferred and dispersed out to other new groups, okay? So when I say that, it's always a little bit of a change, like within probably 10 to 15% of the groups, but what I would describe them as are every covert actor, like group of actors in the U.S. who have the level of power that they could gain access to any of these tech moguls.
Okay, so... look, we've already, yes, no, I know, yes, we've already, yes, I know, and anybody who could hop to Majesty.
Probably about 8 to 10.
There we go, yeah, I just, like a number, like how many things, how many monsters are there out there?
I can't give you any fucking evidence. That's my feeling. About 8 to 10 different factions. About 3 of them are huge, and the rest of them are small, but happen to have great influence in key areas.
Okay, so like your top 3s, these big 3 entities, you say there's... in my head, just to use modern language...
That's not even taking into account the Russian or Chinese nationalist hacking teams and their AI squads.
Just relevant to the things that we're talking about now, which is English in America. Again, is the broad topic we were talking about. And again, you've been saying that they have been manipulating it to cause these kinds of frictions, which again, a sentiment I agree with. But I need more quantification on the theys, though, because I feel like we need to explain which side is doing what to who and why.
I can give you my explanation on the theys there would be that most likely Zuckerberg is working mostly with the group that would be referred to as Yale CIA.
Okay, you quantify that as
factions.
like...
You got me?
Okay, so is that also in tandem with maybe some of this like hyper-censorship kind of communist to socialist rhetoric happening on universities? What you would describe as... Yale
CIA are basically... That whole faction started from socialists in the 40s.
Okay. So in your mind, let's say this is the people controlling the media and PR.
There's a whole other faction. There's multiple other factions.
Well, no, but as the big top money, this sounds like the blue one. Let's say this is Team Lefty. This sounds like the lefty one, right? They're the ones kind of introducing some of these like things that the right wing hates into universities and stuff, right?
If we say lefty, right, we start getting into the issue of conflating a liberal with a progressive.
We're quantifying in our own ways. So I chose lefty to mean hard left.
And that's why I view it as differently. Like I don't view it in terms of the left-right scale. I view it more like the quad. So upper left.
No, but we're gonna stay on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but we're gonna stay on prompt, and we're gonna use these new hurdles socially everyone has given us, and we're gonna quantify them in ways that people can digest. So they would be typically Democrat voters that they are being controlled. The people doing this, the theys that are affecting the people voting blue, are the Yale CIA crew you're talking about. Yes.
Functionally, yes.
Yeah.
For the people who are currently willing to support the current faction in power, and the reason why. How many people do you know that were happy about it for any reason other than they beat Trump?
No, exactly. No, I know a bunch of that. On both sides. But let's
what's
talk
it easier
about
to get you to do?
Can we talk about
is it easy?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Is it easier for you to get an animal to run or bite?
I don't know. I don't know. Run.
In general, it's easier to get an animal to run.
Yeah,
because most animals are smaller than you.
Yeah, most things.
But they may bite you, right?
Yeah.
Is it easier to feed an animal or get it to run? Never met this animal. This is the first time.
Oh yeah, get it to run.
Yeah. Is it easier to? You think it's easier to get it to bite you than to feed it? In my experience, it is. I will say that.
I mean, I could.
And I'm good with animals, my man.
I mean, yeah, but
I don't mean me, but the average person is going to act in a manner that causes that animal to bite them or flee if it's never met them versus take some food they're holding out.
Yeah. Now let's talk about the other side of the spectrum.
The reason I said that is the whole Trump thing is they know how to make people bite and run real well.
Yeah.
If they can put you in that state, they can push you, they can corral you like a running animal toward the corner they want you to get backed into so you'll start fucking fighting.
Yeah.
And at that point, no matter what, if you've correlated all those things with threat, once you've gotten amped up to the point of burning the fucking streets.
Yeah.
Like now there's a big problem because you don't know how to trust that person will be capable of breaking bread with you.
Yeah. All right.
Without poisoning you.
All right. The other side of the spectrum. Who's the red team? Who's the hard right? Who's controlling that? What's that team? What's the name of it? Who's the players at the tip top? What's the top of the pyramid? In your opinion, the top of the pyramid.
A faction within the mafia.
So mafia.
That's half associated with, but I wouldn't call controlled by the Catholic Church.
Oh shit, Catholicism's in there. Word.
Yeah, I'm not hating on the Catholics. I'm just saying, like, look at their history. They work with different people.
Yeah.
I would say that generally they work through the Jesuits.
Gotcha. You got Jesuits in there. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not saying all Jesuits are bad. I'm just saying, like, that's the structure that has been co-opted by a faction.
We're talking about people who are puppet masters. I'm just getting special guests to quantify some puppet masters, because sometimes he is talking from either a hard right or hard left perspective, and sometimes he'll interchange between the two because he's a complicated person. But we're going to need some thing one, thing two, thing three, like
well, they see, and that's the thing. Like, if you don't think of it as left of right, right? You think of it as a Cartesian set of coordinates between authority, like control, and non-control.
Oh, I have my own way of thinking about it, but that's not what is happening now.
That's why it seems like I'm swapping between hard left and hard right, because in a way I would be to some people's perspective.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, and it is, but it's because you're specifically talking about two different groups and the way they're manipulating the crowd and how you don't want to play into this specific group. Like I said, that's just two of it. That's just two of them, right? Yeah. So those are, I think, the two biggest factions because they've had access to the most fucking capital over the course of the 20th century leading up to now. Okay, what would you say the third one would be? Because you said three, and that fascinates me because again we have, kind of the stuff that's going to cover all the right wing shit. We have the hard people out there funding the red pill channels. We got people sliding paychecks to, everybody. We got people on the left doing the same thing, doing it at universities, getting people in their pocket like celebrities and people running websites, Jack Dorsey, fucking Zuckerberg. Now, is it in the middle or is it a whole different outside?
It's those people who really, really like to wear a mustache popularized by Charlie Chaplin and Michael Jordan.
Oh, just Nazis.
Yeah, but you've got to understand, man, it's so hard for people to accept. There are an astounding amount of people who are very sympathetic to that viewpoint. And I'm not trying to create a fucking panic. I'm just saying, like, that's there. There are.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd say that for as many communists now that you see on the street, there are nationalist socialists who are in positions of power. And they find most of their allyship with Russia because Russia's current strategy of social manipulation is called National Bolshevism.
So you'd say this third party this is like an interjecting force. This is something from Eastern Europe by way of Russia right now? Is that maybe what you're trying to say?
It's from Russia, works in tandem functionally with the Nazis in a Yakiist sense. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. What I'd call Yale CIA.
We've been specifically talking about this
CIA
faction.
Specifically works with China, right?
Okay. Gotcha. And
then you've got the mafia who's working with the Italians.
Yeah, that's straight
up. Like, what's the country named after, my man?
Which one? What are you talking about? Italy?
No, our country.
America?
The United States of where?
Oh,
Amerigo Vespucci?
Yeah, no, of an Italian dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. A bunch of shit goes back to Latin or Italian in America too.
Yeah, but a lot of the people who utilize occult structures, in this case, red Nazis.
Yeah.
Right.
They'll fall back on some
because
Latin or Italian
occult structures are classic spiritual structures that are, in that sense, much more congruent with the Catholic faith.
Yeah.
Like in terms of being capable of working together despite disapproving heavily of each other.
Yeah. Now,
and
let's
I'm
not
not
stray
talking
too
about
far.
Catholics, I'm talking about specific individuals.
Yeah, let's hop back to this third party, what I'm calling thing 3 right now, the no color, the hidden party.
No. Thing 3 was the Nazis. It's the Nazi Italian alliance, basically.
That's who I'm talking. Yeah.
The Yale CIA or the Nazi Russian alliance, the Mafia Vatican alliance.
Yeah, that's red.
Right,
and then you got blue was Yale CIA.
Yeah, well, and then the third one was what did I just say?
Nazi and Russians.
No, Nazi Russians, and then no. China works with Yale CIA.
Mm-hmm.
So China with the Yale CIA, Nazis with Italy, Russia with fucking. Did I say Nazis with Italy? Fuck. Mafia with Italy, Nazis with Russia.
Yeah, no, red seems to be funded from Christian fundamentalists and things like that. So you have the Mafia,
Greek Orthodox,
Catholics,
because the Greek Orthodox are really behind control of Russia.
Yeah.
Like, that's functionally their state religion is Greek Orthodoxy.
Well, fuck Russia in this equation again. Like this third kind of hidden faction. You think? I know we've specifically.
No, dude, hold on. Listen.
Yeah.
Let me lay it out one more time. I know I wasn't being clear because I conflated the two. Okay, you've got the Mafia in Italy.
Yeah. No, I've got that literally written down. Yeah.
You've got the Nazis and Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you've got LCIA and China.
Yeah.
Those are your 3 biggest players.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I've got it. That's what I got laid out here.
So in terms of like other factions, right?
Yeah. Well, no. I just was wanting to expound upon Nazis in Russia.
Yeah. Okay, so with the Nazis in Russia, it's because the National Bolshevism strategy is very much like communism.
Yeah.
Right? But only for Russia and not atheistic.
Yeah.
It's fundamental on being Greek Orthodox, basically being a communist Greek Orthodox, and only giving a shit about Russia and Russia's culture.
Word. Hold up. Lux is home.
All I hear is the clicking of the button.
Big interruption. Yeah, sorry. She has to hear the click when I do the dub horn. But I just, again, to clarify for the audience, I'm making special guests quantify into 3 different factions here, just to build a scale, if you will, of top players and to help us communicate specifically who he is fighting against socially when he talks about specific things.
Well, here's the wild card, right? The Nazis will happily work with anyone.
That's like, what I was going to ask you. Is like, it seems like, and we have a whole podcast about them working with both sides. 1 second, we have a whole podcast, the Tattered Map Guys, where we talk about specifically this Nazi Russia faction. It seems like interweaving into both the red and blue factions we're talking about.
Well, okay, here's how I can explain it.
Yeah.
Reinhard Gehlen, right? Reinhard Gehlen was like the super spy, like spy master for the Nazis. He went on to escape to U.S. custody in West Germany, right? Because he had a ton of files. He said, I've also got 2,200 agents just in Russia, and I know you don't have any on-the-ground intelligence in Russia.
Yeah.
So until 1954, his organization, the Gehlen Org, was basically writing every single report. This guy was an ardent Nazi. Yeah. Every single report coming out of Russia. He escalated the Cold War.
Yeah.
Right? And then, you know what happened? What? He became the head of West Germany's new BND, Bundeswehr, fucking internal state security. A position he, I think, died in the 80s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that fucking organization who ran triple agents and was playing the right against the left the whole fucking time is comfortable working with literally anyone. If you've ever seen the BBC show Utopia, there's a maxim that pops up in it. They keep saying it over and over, which is, there's no good guys and there's no bad guys. There's people who help you and people who don't.
Yeah.
And that is in a way they think, because to their mind, there's only one good guys, them. Everybody else is just a tool they're using.
Yeah. I'm going to talk my way backwards on this topic a little bit here, just for the sake of dissection here. So again, we've got 3 very interesting parties trying to control things socially. And this leads to what special guest is saying. I don't know. Again.
So you've got tension constantly pulled ideologically between 2 groups, what we would call the far right and the far left. You got me? Yeah. Which are basically classic fascists who just want the government to control everything and have it run on a profit like a money machine, and everything's based on money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And communists. Like, those are the 2 extreme radicalized classic forms of that, right? Yeah. Like, I don't care if you're a Leninist, Marxist-Leninist, or a Stalinist, or a fucking Trotskyist. If you're a communist, you're pretty much in that place in terms of your feeling of control, unless you're one of those anarchist communists.
Yeah.
So those 2 factors are always pulling like magnets in our culture.
Yeah.
And the Nazis are capable of figuring out who's got what where, just like somebody who's figuring out what they should sell based on numbers, to be able to figure out what to influence in critical key points of our fucking culture. And it's because they have a profound understanding of the English language, which does not operate like German, an astoundingly formulaic language that does not go through constant cultural evolution in the way English does. Like street Spanish definitely does, but Spanish from Spain doesn't.
Yeah, it does. On the ground, I mean, not places with infrastructures to keep the classical infrastructure in place. But again,
those cultures keep their classic infrastructure in place. Ours is now forcing people to, in a socially functionally, utilize all sorts of new words in a way that, look, man, a lot of people are like me. I'm on keyboard layout number 5, and I'm tired of learning new interfaces because it requires so much fucking ability to keep up with. And in general, most people don't have the grace to forgive me in the moment and allow me to correct myself.
There's a whole lot of there's a different party here at play that I'm going to bring up, my faction, the 4th thing that I don't think you have the right view on. I think I don't know. There's elements of it that are controlled by all 3 of these parties, but the average apolitical, not hella hypertheistic consumer.
My man, that's who's controlling the thousands language. Of tons of gold and millions of acres.
That's this is
like, I want to be clear that those
I'm not talking about
people are the thousands of tons of gold and the millions of acres. Those people.
Well, I'm talking specifically, people filling housing projects, people in HUD houses, people who don't vote. The majority of Americans. The apoliticals, the people who have they got 2
third of Americans. It's 186,000 or 186 million Americans didn't vote in the last election. Like I want to say basically around 60% voted in the last election, which is a lot higher than the numbers I've generally grown up with.
Higher than I've ever really seen, I think. In
my life. We have for America a lot of people who are not satisfied. It's only unsatisfied people who get into politics in America. Satisfied people sit at home watching TV and engaging in basically hedonism as part of our culture. I'm not telling anybody how to live. I'm saying how it is.
Well, unsatisfied people do too. Again, like the common person, the lay person factor in this language topic that we're on, like. I think you see this, the way it changes for us, and the thing that's relevant to what started us on this conversation, which is street vernacular and what is socially acceptable in your area in person, is that happens everywhere. And I don't think any of these parties control that shit.
But in the U.S. specifically, we have put such a focus on street vernacular that has been very one-sided as a form of representation in our culture, right? Like, and in doing so, they've alienated 25%, up from like 18%. 25% of Hispanic voters are now Republicans in the U.S. in the course of the last couple years.
Yeah.
Because partially, and a huge factor, you can go look this up, is the controversy on inclusion via the modification of their language and saying, no, you need to say Latinx, basically. And they're like, no, don't tell me how to talk.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's a big lesson.
Yeah, that's
because
why Americans
Trump,
have vernacular.
Man.
We'll literally make a new word on the street to not have to use a new classification of something. Like, I just don't think any of these parties can affect language to the point that we need to slur back at somebody in response in any ever. Personally, like, that's me.
I would say, that all I can say is that is where we disagree, because while I don't believe it should be a general tactic, I also believe that I've got friends of mine that would do good from getting hit in the face on occasion.
I genuinely know a lot of people that they would take that ass whooping and then, think that it was for something, and then not learn a goddamn thing. but still do shit like just throw slurs at people. There are some people who absolutely
would, and that's why you don't use an ass whooping as a strategy. You use it as an appropriate tactic for the individual.
Yeah, I mean, semantically breaking either of them down, I'm talking about shit specifically someone would do. And again, frankly, I've seen you do, and it not work because it's a bad tactic, strategy, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You should get out of that tank.
We're in the middle of the most radicalized and fucking hyper-polarized times on Earth. That's basically based on people not feeling respected and getting militant about it.
Yeah.
As a form of life control strategy, which is understandable.
I think having rational conversation and dissecting things for people works a lot better, even if you consider them dumb as fuck, though. But again, normally when I'm frustrated to the point I feel like I need to shock somebody with my wordage and it's not a joke, I've walked away from that person.
Yes.
I might still
we
love
all
them.
walk away from them. Yeah. They become radicalized by the people who will then talk to them.
Again, I don't think it's. I don't think that
it's strategized now.
Yeah, but radicalizing somebody
through social networks.
But radicalizing someone to thing 2 or thing 3 or thing 1 is a really dangerous tactic.
I'm not radicalizing anybody to any of those.
Well, if they hate you so much that they go even further left, you might have. You did worse than just doing nothing.
No, you made an example
right for them to hate.
But to some degree, that's the same misapplication that says that my bike getting stolen is good because the person who took it was happy about it.
No, that's not. No,
like that's a misconfluence, man.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because it's just specifically what happened. Like, if it did anything, it puts someone further left and does the opposite of what you're trying to do.
Look, at that point, the entirety of the particular place that I was in,
or further right,
I've
had further right people. I don't remember what it was.
Nothing but politics.
Yeah.
But by taking it out of the context, and not only that, they didn't even quote everything that I said.
No, not at all.
Or that she had said.
No, not
right?
at all. No.
How she had slurred me.
No, you gave them enough to, again, but like I do frequently, somebody could pull things out of this stream right now and make me look like a villain. For sure. Like,
if you want to talk about some 1984 shit, making people self-censor out of fear because something could be taken in a fucking screenshot or 5-second clip out of context in an era where that'll get you doxxed, or even worse, you end up like what's his fuck from back in Fayetteville, where some dude shows up on your fucking porch. Socially, we have to address that, and not by saying, well, it's understandable, he used a word.
That's that's where litigation comes in, and the law should not allow people to trespass.
Dude, if somebody had showed up on my porch like that and they tried to muscle their way into my house when I had answered the door with a gun, I'd have probably shot them.
Yeah, they're getting shot. That's why, yeah, exactly. There's no, but again...
There's no litigation at that point. You've got people who've been pushed into further radicalization out of fear for their life and livelihood.
But you can't,
over politics, which
is
specifically what they've proven Facebook has been doing for the last 4 years.
Yeah, much like I don't...
Now, I don't know if you saw Mark Zuckerberg's on the offensive about it now. He's like, we didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
No, they're going to keep taking that position, too, until people bounce out of that platform and it becomes irrelevant, which... I don't know. There might be too many. There might be people dying on. They might not ever go away. I don't know what's going to happen with Facebook.
I'm
off of it, so I don't even.
That it's replaced the fucking phone book, my man.
Yeah, I think I share memes on it now about it. I think I'm back. We're streaming back on Facebook today, but again, it's one of those that's probably going to fall out. I feel like I felt like that for 10 years though, so maybe not. I don't know. Facebook's fucking. Lame,
it's got too much of penetration amongst people who don't want to learn new things because they're tired of learning new interfaces, which is a significant amount of people who can afford phones in the world.
It's a lot of bullshit propaganda go on there too from 2016 on, so I just hopped off. Like, if you're sourcing your news from there, please don't.
No.
Don't. It's not the place to scroll for news.
Because they're specifically finding news to amp you up and make you mad and radicalize you.
Yeah, and they've been caught doing that shit. So yeah, I mean, you want to hate that enemy for sure. But again, I'm not gonna. I will actually go out of my way to not give somebody fuel to make me a something to hate. Or anything to radicalize someone.
In my mind, one of the biggest pushers of this cultural radicalization.
Same reason I won't be a peacenik. This is the same reason why. It's that I would never I'm not going to become the right wing red pilled thing that you hate. I'm not going to be the left wing fucking blue pilled thing that you hate. I'm not going to return a slur with a slur. I'm not going to degrade. I'm not. That's also just personally it's to me that spoke to degradation in conversation. That it's like, man, I got to be fighting for it to get that bad. Like, that's actually hands are already throwing if I'm returning a slur from a slur. You know what I mean? Like,
I gotcha.
That's the only instance in my life that has happened. And
there are so many people who didn't grow up on the street, man.
No, for sure.
Like, where violence or repercussions like that are not really a thing that they understand. And by definition, those people automatically have more cultural power and will end up radicalized.
Yeah.
Because the ones you're going to interact with aren't that high up above you in general.
Well, I think the best.
Even the richest people I've ever met aren't real movers and shakers, and I've known some people with some fucking money.
I mean, I don't know. I've seen that particular tactic you propped up a moment, like you propped up earlier. That does not work in any regard, and it has nothing to do with censorship or anything like that. I just think more of you and your ability to speak than to degrade yourself to that point in any regard. I don't care who it is. It could be fucking dude from Blue Velvet huffing the thing, saying some really gnarly shit at you. You know what I mean? I just feel like
I'm super articulate when I want to be.
But I'm also
if I take the time to adjust my thoughts, I'm quite capable. If I'm not in the moment, totally just having an immediate conversation and have the time to approach it as a problem. But most conversations don't work that way. And even myself, like, take me out of the equation. A lot of people don't have that level of articulation.
Well, and
they're incapable of expressing some concepts with nuance because they just have never really been exposed to the language about that and looked up the words.
You can be
nobody knows the whole fucking dictionary.
No. This is guys. Again, keep in mind I produce special guests a lot, so sometimes even social things like this, where I see him do something like fucking use a slur back to make a shocking point to an idiot. It's like, dude. That is not a good riff. You can be eloquent and dumb it down, homie. You can. I can.
I do it all the time. I understand you holding me personally to a certain level.
Yeah.
I don't believe in holding anybody to the level of any individual. Because many people do lack competence, and it's not their fault. It doesn't make them bad. It doesn't even make them lesser. It just means they can't do those things. They may be able to learn to, hopefully with education, but they may not, and we don't know. And you still, in the moment, have to approach them as they are.
I don't
and
see
those
how-
other people have to do the same with their own abilities. So if someone can be good-hearted, attempt to use an inverted metaphor to explain something using charged language, and then be ruined for life because they were just trying to make another dumb person that they then offended understand something.
Yeah.
Well, now at that point, that person's might be doxxed with somebody on their fucking porch. Like,
there's
it's like, once again, it's like, well, fuck, man, if we're gonna throw people in fucking jail for like 10 years on a fucking theft charge, it sounds like you really just want to hang them.
Nah, there's
the repercussion is so far out of line.
I again don't. I mean, it has to do with
because of the universal application. Once again, if somebody is calling me the K word, right?
Yeah.
Which I guess I could probably say, but I'd prefer not to in this juncture.
Yeah. I mean, look. Hold on one second. Let me bounce you, yeah. Boom. Downsies. No, there's okay. What's
Then meanwhile you get something like this asshole T Mathers in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that guy is not attempting to educate anybody. He has hate in his heart. Like on some level, he's using that as a form of dehumanization.
But see, I wouldn't return a slur at him.
Where it's like, oh yeah, be an asshole to this guy, mock this guy,
yes,
being a dumb fuck.
Yes.
But do even with hate in his heart, do I dox him? No, fuck no, man. He wrote a word on a screen.
No, yeah. There's plenty of shit ass people anybody could dox that, you know. But again, I feel like we've kind of gone off the trail on like repercussions that happened on a very specific instance to specific people, and consequences do happen.
Oh, dude, I just utilized a form of inversion to explain my position on why that dude shouldn't get canceled.
Yeah.
Why that guy shouldn't have to deal with fucking death threats just because he used I don't know, a bad word, like a verboten word.
I just
like that he shouldn't have. There was no need. He obviously had spite when he was using it. But fuck, man, don't send somebody to his house or fucking tell people where his house is.
Some
like,
people.
It's fucked up.
What the issue is, and again, what I think you kind of described as an issue with the permanence of the internet, which I disagree with. What I think there is, again, is the wideness of the internet. I know a lot of people with a lot of Facebook followers that have nothing to fucking do with their personal life. You know what I mean? Like, I have a whole YouTube channel where I don't know anybody personally outside of like you and Justin and Chief and Arianthe. You know what I mean? Like the royal family and like the tight admin crew. I know you guys personally. But a lot of people's social media now, and the thing people are interacting with, is public in a way that's outside of stepping on the street or outside in public. You know what I mean? And it was, like I said before, like I've noticed people say shit that would definitely be an ass whooping, but they say it because they're on the internet. And it's like, what do you do about that? What do you socially? I agree. I agree that like somebody doesn't deserve to be doxxed for anything that happens on the internet. You know.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is it? And I want to be clear, because in a way, this is the same thing on that.
Yeah.
Why don't we judge the folks who take videos of ass whoopings instead of putting their phone down and stopping that shit?
I mean, that's happened in an actual.
But when it's a whole fucking crowd and two people and one person's getting hurt, the crowd has a moral responsibility to stop that and wait on the fucking authorities. Nominally, in a functioning fucking society.
No, they won't. You know an actual real world situation where I've broken up a fight and had to yell at people in a crowd who were filming it. And doing nothing. The fight was over when I got there. But we don't judge them. We just accept them, even though it's basically a reprehensible behavior. Yeah. And what it has to do with is I judged them.
Phone.
Like I did.
Because they're making a record of it.
Yeah.
It's the same reason that I could have stage fright and performance anxiety, except when I was on a fucking 5,000 watt FM station.
Oh yeah. People feel
and it's
physically
just me
more
talking
safe
to a
behind the internet.
microphone, even though I'm talking to more people than I ever could.
Yeah.
Well, with that lack of immediate response of seeing people in the room as primates,
Yeah.
everything's just fucking squiggles on a screen, man.
Yeah.
And it's not valued until somebody hurts somebody's feeling by making the wrong squiggle, and then people are getting fucking doxxed.
And then people get doxxed. There's people. Look, humans are shitty. They're shitty to each other. They're shitty about each other. You have to yell fucking fire if you're getting raped to get attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And so I mean that's something that's I don't
so
care. I don't care.
Humans are shitty. Humans are pretty predictable.
But I don't care what language it is.
In the era where we know that they have been for the last 4 years, like one side was screaming about how the Russians were doing all this.
Yeah.
Like it's not even an unbelievable idea to 30% of the culture during the era of Trump.
Yeah.
Like I just want to say it's not that people can be totally co-opted, controlled, and meaningfully radicalized like that. Yeah. But now we have 4 years of computer science and 4 years of data.
Yeah. I mean,
and like look, the market has gone out of fucking control, and it's not just NFTs, though those are part of it. But because our currency has functionally been debased by immediate, easy access to crypto, when people are getting worried now, they're turning all of their currency into crypto, which is causing functionally the dollar to devalue.
Yeah. I don't want to stray too
Which
far
is
away
another
from. I don't want to stray
used to all of those tech motherfuckers.
Yeah, I don't want to stray too far away from language because I just want to go back to feeling expressing the feeling that I don't.
Okay, well let me tie it back to language.
Yeah,
right?
I just don't think English is I mean I know that there are issues we exclusively have because it is a dumbed down form of a bunch of different languages, and sometimes we'll take on French things. We'll have things that are functionally started off as a localized vernacular but ended up in the dictionary because these French settlers used this constantly in America and it became English. It became part of our English dialect. And so
the reason the phone works on us is because our brains are wired for understanding in language. And when I say that, let me explain, okay? When I talk to you, you don't know what I mean. We have commonly agreed on words that cause up fucking pictures and feelings in our mind that we've agreed mean the same thing.
Yeah, no, I know all of this. Yeah.
English, but what it does is that's the first step of separation. Like Terrence McKenna will tell you, from experiencing what's really there. You are one step separated.
Look.
Now, monkeys.
Yeah, well, I understand how English too. You know, there's a structure issue here where we're having to kind of walk you through a scene before we explain what we're talking about. You know. There's
English. All language is math because of this, but because of the way that English is a polyglot that's constantly changing, our subconscious mathematical system of correspondences of meaning are getting jammed constantly. When that happens, like I don't know if you've heard, but currently fucking chimps have started fighting gorillas in a way that they never have. Like over the course of the last year, right? And basically, chimps are 97% same DNA cousins are wired for murder at a point that they get below a certain level of resources. Now, bonobos aren't. They're also just as related to us because they're related. They're very, very, very close cousins.
Yeah.
Same as to us, right? They don't have access to linguistics, but they have an understanding and immediate primal response to an awareness of resource management. Chimps get fairness. If you put them in cages across from each other and don't give them the same amount of fruit, the one that observes not getting the same amount gets fucking mad. There's a game they've done with chimps in relation to economics where they teach chimps numbers, which is hard, right? They teach them what functionally how 5 is correlated to 5.
Yeah,
4 is correlated
physical
to 4.
items. They have to use physical.
And they can't
physical
teach
things.
them. Like the thing they said is that they can't even teach. Like they can't give them structure on it. So sometimes they get it immediately, and then the next number it takes months, right?
Yeah.
So they'll do this experiment with bowls of fruit, where whichever bowl the monkey reaches for, or the chimp reaches for, that bowl goes to the one across from them. And they'll put uneven bowls in front of them, And they never, ever have been observed to figure out that if they reach for the one with more physical fruit in it, you got me? That it goes to the other monkey. They just get mad about it. But if you put numbers in there that correspond to the amount of fruit in reward, they figure it out so fucking fast. And that's happening constantly in our subconscious based on this symbolic correspondence of ideas. And because I can explain that to you, because as a layman I've spent so much time studying psychology, I assure you there are people who make me look retarded. That are, and I mean that in the fucking, like they are so many magnitudes of efficiency, of intelligence, however you want to measure it, above me, that are very well aware of that and understand how to manipulate the people. And if you want to see an experience of that, Darren Brown has made a career of all of the techniques involved that aren't the math part.
I don't know. I feel you. I definitely think that there's a vulnerability in English, and it's definitely manipulated at times. It's definitely manipulated on a scholastic. It's definitely manipulated on a scholastic level. It's definitely manipulated on a multi-corporation level. It's manipulated all the way down to things like children's toys. By multi-corporation, I mean manufacturing. It's sure, the English language is controlled.
Well, once you start looking into these co-ops, you can figure out, since we currently live in an era where suddenly corporations signal their politics, you just look at who owns whom and figure out what signals they're most consistently putting out if you want to figure out what faction they're in. But that's a lot of research on Wikipedia, running a chain of corporations to figure out which mega corporation really owns them.
Well, I mean, what you should say is that's a long chain to follow to figure out who's at the top of a mega corporation you're never going to beat. If you don't like them. I mean, you know what I mean? If you don't want to adapt.
The only way to win.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, the best way to understand this is the only way to win is not to play.
No, I mean, there's
and that's really, really hard when they've bought up the entire world and there's nowhere to go outside anymore that's not shopping, except for a few places in general, either run by mega corporations or dwindling public parks, since you're not even allowed to go on a lot of federal land now.
Oh yeah, I've always wondered if we'll end up at the mega corporation future of like Alien. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's where it fucking seems. They want us to all just move in cities so that they can get more of those fucking millions of acres.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think there's things they want. I think that there's things that, and by they, I mean the parties we're talking about. These fucking crazy fucking factions controlling the way people think politically, really in the end to maintain their illusion of control. I don't know. Again, English language. I'm gonna keep it fairly apoliticized on it. I censor myself in a way that is situational, and people just forget to, and COVID has been a really hard time, so a lot of people can't do things like keep company. A lot of people have a lot less issue when they're actually able to go out and do things and say things in a parlor setting. And Special Guest and I have talked about this before, where there's conversations him and I have had in a parlor we wouldn't have out in public. And it's because it's parlor talk, and this is where you get that out. And people need a space like that, in my opinion. Everybody does, especially someone who's a divisive person.
And the whole world hasn't had it for the last 2 years, and we've been burning the place down for the last 3.
Yeah, it's been really rough. It's been really tough.
It's like the Chinese released a bioweapon designed to lock the whole world down that would then exacerbate tensions because they already have full social control. Like, they're doing okay. The rest of the world's in fucking chaos. Meanwhile, they're about to try and fucking take Taiwan.
Here's a way that I feel like the hard right was using language in a way to try to affect anybody having parlor talk. Like, they want to monitor that. Keep in mind, all of the parties, when I say they right now, I'm meaning specifically the red using so the blue faction comes up with the concept of a safe space, a parlor in which you can talk and feel safe and do things, right? Now, the right immediately emasculates and says you're a pussy if you're into a safe space, right? Now, both factions, you know what I mean? And what this is what they've both done is they've made it, you know, functionally shameful for the majority now through the schism math, through the schism game. They made it to where nobody's okay with parlor talk. That's not safe space.
Listen, the reason it works, and let's go back to how we were talking about it, is because we say left and right. Yeah. But if you also think on left and right, there's an above and below, right? If you say left and right is really how you believe economics should be, from absolutely no government intervention to only handled by the government, and then you make a top to bottom of authoritarian versus non-authoritarian.
Oh, right? Like what Joe Rogan shared.
There's a guy dead center top of authoritarian that says telling people what to do is the way to do things. Might makes right. So I'm going to use both sides, which is why they seem to constantly swap to both sides. Whereas my ass is literally the polar opposite on the bottom. Yeah. I'm moderate between the left and right economic sense. Yeah. But I'm all for people's personal freedom and personal responsibility, because with that system, you're allowed to organize with your friends as long as it hadn't been co-opted by a crypto-fascist government that's run by a bunch of tech corporations.
But I think the concept, the term safe space is a good example of what we're kind of talking about, where both parties, both political sides used that in a way that was really not beneficial in the long run for anybody.
I'll tell you why it worked so well. And this is English, okay?
Oh, well, yeah. You're playing on an infantilized concept. It's a safe space. You have safe. It starts off with you've primed him to the second word.
S, and it's hard S, hard A, hard S, hard A, right?
Yeah.
It's the beginning. Baby talk. Some people don't ever make baby talk at their babies. Neurologically, from everything I read, that's not a good plan, because when they put a baby in an fMRI, and you say something that both has the same fucking consonant form and vowel form, so you say something like goo goo da da, right? Like you say the same thing twice that's a single syllable, babies' brains light the fuck up.
No, they like patterns.
It gets their attention so much. It's the fundamental basis of pattern recognition. I heard it twice. Will there be a third time?
Yeah, no, it's happening all. Yeah, that's how babies.
So subconsciously, that phrase hits.
Yeah.
And if it hits hard, good for one side, the other side's going to despise it.
It serves another function. It serves to help. It's part of why we're able to teach language so easily. They do a syllable. They do goo goo gaga. You give it back to them, goo goo gaga.
Yeah, and then after they get that and get repetition down, you start correlating meaning generally with single or double syllable words.
Mm-hmm. You get the yes, you get the yeah, you get the no, you get the ma, you get the da, you get the ba,
you get the da. Alphabetically,
yeah.
You don't teach them the rules of grammar so that they speak right. That is how it evolves.
Well, most people don't.
We evolve rules of grammar so that we can efficiently communicate, because efficient communication literally leads to harmony. The more miscommunications there are, the more strife and the more frustration, and we have evolved to despise miscommunication on a subconscious level.
This is why I strayed away from a more academic misuse of a phrase or context politically, right? I use safe spaces on purpose because this isn't something that is necessarily from a university. It's something that infected the ground in a way. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go ahead and take like any academic meddling out of it. I'm going to take corporation meddling out of it, right? This became an on the ground thing.
That started from critical theory before it intersected with race theory. But critical theory has its foundations in the Soviet era in Russia.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about the university understanding or even current definition of safe space. I'm talking about when it became
we normally avoid it, but that's something that was heard on the street by people who were hanging out with their first-year psychology student friends. They were capable of basically describing it, and then the street played its game of telephone with it.
Exactly, and this is when I get to the public zeitgeist. This is what I'm talking about here. This is where language changes and evolves, and this is where the Robert Anton Wilson optimist comes out in me, because this is the majority. This will, in my opinion, always outweigh and always fuck up the game or change, and no matter how many times they try to find a way to manipulate this demographic, whether it be through 4chan or Facebook or the YouTube algorithm, the people will probably always find a way to be chaotic as fuck and telephone shit wrong, pass information on in a wrong way organically, not in a controlled way. And that's the establishment, I would imagine, doesn't like it when things are passed off wrong in an inorganic or like in an organic way. They want it to be controlled. They're like, no, say our misinformation, and they're like, no.
They figured out a strategy to manage that, to my mind, right?
Oh, definitely.
And there's a name for that strategy.
Oh, yeah.
In America specifically, and it's called the process.
Yeah.
Which is why Genesis P-Orridge is quite possibly the most important Western culture influencer in the arts, period, from the time he started performing forward. His industrial music basically had access to all the things and technologies that were developed directly as a response to the machines that they created to create fucking Throbbing Gristle.
Yeah.
Like, not unlike the Lindrum, but not including the Lindrum, right? Led directly to the technology we have today. Like the modern sampler, we would think of it as a Mellotron, but a cheap little Mellotron that's not 88 keys and designed for a professional, a punk rock Mellotron, a sampler.
Yeah.
That starts with Throbbing Gristle.
Yeah. But
they home built them out of tape decks.
The gatekeeping of the old way of doing things in the music industry caused a new player to enter the scene that again has been co-opted. It's gone by many different names. Some people call it SoundCloud nowadays. Some people call it being completely independent. Your gate kept in a way, right? So people will always try to find a way outside of that gatekeeping. And they will always tear down that previous system.
It was about studying those groups. The whole thing that they do is work outside normal systems to build up their own structures.
Yeah, no,
right?
But I hold firmly that it's a corrupt, flawed system. That's from its inception on, the process does not actually work and will not work. I do want to say that. Like, I do think that they're really good at what they do. I do think they're insidious as fuck. I think it's villainous and evil, but I think they're going to lose. And I don't think there's any possible way to win.
I'm going to say, I don't go with think they're going to, but I really hope they do, and that's my goal. By trying to understand them and talking about how this type of linguistic manipulation affects us very hard subconsciously, and the people involved with it got into computers in the 80s.
Yeah. Particularly if we're talking about like a university or at a marketing level, like your consumerist level. Yes,
dude. The guy who was fucking the guy who incorporated them and was their lawyer all through the 70s and through the name changes quit so he could join the federal government in 79 as a prosecutor. And the reason that they said that they were glad to hire him was because he said himself. And I can pull up the interview, was because of his associations with that religious group.
Yeah. I mean, I would never say that process people don't make it hella high up. I just think that they probably have the same over-analytical mind probably at the end of the day that's going to keep them from being able to put their thumb up in the air after putting a little spin on it and checking the fucking way the wind's blowing. I think a lot of times
like,
people
sometimes
don't
lose,
know what
but
the
when
fuck's
they
actually
do,
happening.
they unfortunately lose to people like Trump.
Well, and I think even he's probably not free of that connection. I bet you will probably find him in a room with some processed people all the time. I bet you he's probably got processed people.
But when you look at like the people Podesta associates with, without bringing up any conspiracy theories, just saying the people he specifically associates with, they're 1 degree away from all these processians.
Oh yeah, all of them for sure. Yeah, like again, like the university level, that's coming straight out of the Nazi Russia shit. It seems like, or like maybe they're their own little circle. Maybe process should have just their own little circle over here with PETA underneath
the process I think are working for the Nazis, man.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I mean, put them underneath our little third tier here of big bads. But yeah, no, process and PETA. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I think the process and those groups associated with the process are functionally
I probably have shot some people saying PETA's attached to process,
shit.
but look that shit up. PETA is definitely rubbed shoulders with the process. Sorry, I just realized I probably sound crazy as fuck saying that out loud. Process and PETA, they're like, PETA, why does fucking animal activism have anything to do with this? I'm like, the dog cults, guys. The dog cults. These are insidious
best for
people.
example is fucking the process.
Yeah, these are while they're kind of okay. Look, this if you want to watch someone like the kinds of people we're talking about, if you want to watch a microcosm of this shit, look at Silicon Valley. You have a bunch of Ayn Rand, like very interesting, kind of horrible people show up in the.
That's who I was talking about.
Yeah, show up in the show up on the scene in the in Silicon Valley, and they rose to tech fame, they rose to glory. I don't know. There's still a certain amount of bending to chaos's will that they have to follow through with. Nobody can account for the video game crash. Nobody can account for this or that breaking down.
What did the Temple of Psychic Youth bring to the occult world? Modern chaos magic.
Yeah, but again, I think
that's what he's studying is how to game in the face of chaos, not to control chaos, but to how to know to avoid chaos.
For sure. Well, and again, yeah, manipulate, avoid, but I still don't think I think we have a way, humans in general, this.
Oh, I like if it sounds like what I'm saying is it's all sewn up and it's hopeless, I'm not. I'm just trying to explain why I take even things as subtle as linguistic freedom that may be gross very seriously, because these factions, I think we've both shown, exist.
Yeah. It's no, I mean, so sometimes you fall back on unintentional red pill terminology, but it's because at one point you were, and you're not as bad now. So I don't know. It's just the terminology,
black pilled or blue pilled.
Yeah.
Like at worst, I was what you would call a libertarian, but I'm against people who try and divide folks and fight.
Yeah. No, you like it sometimes. Don't lie.
No. I didn't say I didn't enjoy it. That's a personal failing. But as a moral and ethical position, I'd prefer for us not to be doing it. Right?
Nah.
Like a person can enjoy a street fight and recognize they shouldn't be.
Now you verbally like to argue with people.
Yeah. No. I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling shit on your statement.
Because arguments and figuring out a socially problem are often the same thing, right?
Yeah,
but I'm not trying to denigrate or dehumanize people. And a lot of people take any argument as a position that you despise them. Like if you can be impassioned and they're like, "Oh, well, you must hate me." And it's like, nah, man, I just disagree with you fundamentally on some shit.
Yeah, some people are really weak
I also
or nervous.
don't have a problem with you being my neighbor.
Yeah, some people are really weak or nervous to conflict of any kind, especially if it's just like a simple disagreement of opinion. Like, I know I've definitely like unintentionally shut people up when they've said something, and I've been like I have with you, like, hey, I disagree with that. Fucking explain it or shut the fuck up. And they're like, and they don't explain it, and I'm like, well, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just this is who I am.
At no point have I felt like you were trying to hurt my feelings or get me to do anything other than explain myself more clearly. And
some people
you disagree with me,
vibe.
which is like I said, dude. Like a person, I have a fundamental disagreement. Like, look, as long as we're both fucking tending the plants out front and trying to keep a garden going, and if I notice that you're doing bad, I'm gonna do my best to bring you some food or some shit because you're my next door neighbor.
Oh yeah.
I don't give a fuck about your politics as long as they don't involve wanting to murder me.
Oh yeah.
And I don't give a fuck what you say unless it involves wanting to murder me. And even then, I'm going to be like, well, fuck, I'm not bringing you any more fucking food.
Yeah. I don't
want you to do an end to poison me, you know?
Yeah. I haven't had really any big political kerfuffles on social media anytime recently.
But if my next door neighbor is a basically nice guy who thinks it's funny to make Helen Keller jokes, well, I mean, he's going to have to deal with a lot of people find that distasteful and don't want to deal with him. But nobody should be showing up at his fucking house.
In a parlor? How funny are they? Sorry.
Well, yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I am, too. Like,
this is context, too, right?
Yeah.
Because we are doing our best to take the idea of if you break a taboo, regardless of context, it makes you evil at heart or a threat, as opposed to, one of those people who just enjoys breaking taboos.
Yeah, well, we hold firm on like consequence culture at MURKradio, right? So the way we do it is, we'll just ban that ass if we don't like you. Because we're not like the internet or anything. Like, we're not holding a record on you. We won't dox you or anything. We're just done talking to you.
Which is, I think that is how it should be. But like your private company on a web server that you have.
Yeah,
no problem. You run web servers. I don't know. You maybe shouldn't be able to. Like, that
I feel like that
should
be a commodity at this point.
Web server provider.
Yeah, that should be a commodity at this point. Web server providers.
Yeah, like
you have to rent a server to do anything on your own.
Payments through debit cards, right? If you process payments through debit cards, well, I mean, we've got a cash shortage because you're the de facto standard. You shouldn't be allowed to tell somebody they can't take payments.
Oh shit! Yeah, word. Okay.
Because you're too close to you're too close to the fucking water system, man.
Yeah.
Or the electrical system. Like, you're too close to a commodity.
And that's like, you don't need to exactly. Don't pull too much away from they need to commodify it. And then we'd have.
That's what I'm saying. You said you're going to ban them. Look, there's no problem with kicking somebody out of the club or the clubhouse. There's a big problem with telling them they're not allowed to shop anywhere in the town because you live there.
Exactly, or showing up on their social media, or like insisting the audience show up on their social media and fucking cause them problems. Like. Yeah. I couldn't be more the opposite of that. Like, and honestly, most people I've had that have a problem with me, if I've ever had a conflict, since we're just on the topic of like people who have an issue with conflict, sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. There's two sides to my coin, right? There's a part of me that's very introverted. I don't like conflict. I'll just be a hermit, but I don't like being a hermit. The other side's very extroverted and likes to talk and likes to argue and is very confrontational and really.
Well, that's me too, man. That's a lot of people, and the issue is the strategy you're talking for are for people who aren't those two extremes in general, but they're dead center in the middle. Yeah. And they don't have things like rejection, sensitive dysphoria, a hugely widely underdocumented issue in America.
I agree with that because it's something I personally have experience with. I've offended people doing the YouTube channel that I've genuinely not meant to because of the way I rejected their crazy shit.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Hey,
and it's like,
I'm not
trying to shut you down. I'm just trying to.
I think the best way I can explain it is there's a clip of Bill Hicks' last interview. And it explains all of it in an experience. His last interview is an experience that he had doing stand-up.
Oh, word. I like the last Bill Hicks stand-up?
No, not the last stand-up. He does an interview, and they were talking about, do you have any bad shows lately? And he's like, I did this one out, and I think it was San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
And I'll never tell the story as good as him.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah.
He gets it. There's some people talking in the front row. He tries to be nice. He says, hey, we're trying to do a show. Some people probably would like to hear me. And these women are talking super loud to each other. In his words, like they were long-lost sisters who happened to meet at a table at a comedy show, and they were catching up as loud as possible. Right? And the lady turns to him and says, shut up, right? And he gets off the stage, gets in her face, and tells her to shut up. And in the middle of it, she picks up her fucking drink and throws it at him, glass and all. It hits the mic. There's a sound, and she gets up and runs out. Well, most of the crowd, except 30 people, get up, leave. Everybody who's there is booing him the rest of the show. Right? He's got 2 sets, though. So come to find out, this woman also, he doesn't know what's going on. He thought everybody saw what's going on.
Yeah.
This woman's also outside of the show saying, he hit me, he punched me. Right? People are queuing up, like, we got to see the comic who beats women, apparently. And he's like, what the fuck is up with that? So you got a bunch of people now who are fucking mad dog excited to go see that. What is this new comedy? Does he finish off by shooting people in the head?
Fuck.
The next show happens. The comic before him, as he finishes up his set, he's like, thanks, everybody. I had a bit of an altercation with somebody with the last show, but I feel better now. Thank you all. And just took the rap for it right before him, right?
Yeah.
Comes to find out, everybody in that crowd who got up thought he'd hit her. So the whole crowd who couldn't see what was going on goes outside, confirming her, saying, yeah, he hit me. You know, but there were people there who saw the whole deal, and this one comic's like, yeah, I fucking saw it. I'm going to fucking fall on my sword for you, no problem.
Yeah, he did not.
Yeah, I'll do it at the end of my set before you go on. Everything's fixed.
Ooh.
You know, because he was already getting paid, right?
Yeah.
But that's a prime example of the issue.
Yeah.
Is that in a moment, out of context, not being aware and not paying attention, people make a bunch of huge assumptions based on their own fucking biases.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And we've biased people to we've so many people are so radicalized, those biases immediately go to the most extremes now.
Yeah, group think, man. Jameson's mortal enemy, man. Gang mentality, mob justice. You know,
oh yeah,
mob justice.
Yeah, I know. Well, we engage in mob justice because we're descended from the same thing that led to chimps and bonobos, and we act like a half and half cross with no middle ground.
Yeah, I verbally
have you seen modern culture? Everybody's fucking everybody all the time, and everybody's ready to murder. That sounds like chimps and bonobos, man.
I find a lot of personal joy in it, pretty energizing to it's actually really, really spooky to me how energizing it is to take part in group hype. Particularly when it's like for a chaotic reason. Like I couldn't imagine being at the protest lines with Molly Golightly at the laundry house. It'd be crazy. Dude, imagine if I was that kind of YouTuber. That'd be crazy if I was just there screaming with Molly Golightly. And just
you'd get into it. That's the nature of mobs.
Yeah,
because as mobs get shrink.
Yeah, the genuine chemical changes go down. Yeah, it pops off.
Absolutely. And the weird thing is, certain people ending up in leadership roles, and if nobody's stepping up, people who wouldn't be leaders suddenly become leaders.
Yeah.
And we just follow along blindly without thinking, especially in the mob mentality. Yeah. Well, like we know there's problems with mob mentality in the US because the country burned last year.
Oh yeah.
Like all of that it does call attention, but at some point it stops calling attention and starts seeming like a literal on the ground about to be shooting revolution.
Yeah.
And then you get January 6th. Then you get a huge fucking clampdown.
Jameson says, I just don't like groupthink because it's a breeding ground for false information to flourish unchallenged. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the variable that while some people think they can control it, and some people seemingly do a really good job at controlling it, and they've spent their lives and sometimes generations of lives learning how to control it. They don't fucking know how to do it. They're never going to be able to actually control when it shifts. It shifts according
here's
to...
what I say. Like, I don't think they can control it. I just think they can manage it. Once again, the concept of group psychosis is 100 years old, and every country spends a lot of time and money studying it.
A lot of time and money. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back, gang. We're going to hit a break real quick.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to charge my phone.
Hell yeah. Talk to you guys in just a moment. Let's get some music pop-a-lockin'. What up, Chief?
Just chilling, brother.
Oh man. I have started saving the bong hit portion of the show for the end of the show.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. I've decided to save the bong rips for toward the end of the show. Also, not cursing at the top of the show. Trying to please the YouTube overlords. I'm not giving anyone the option, so that's how I'm handling that. It's interesting, to say the least. But if you got them, smoke them.
Did you say no cursing?
For the first, like, what is it, 10 minutes? Some shit like that.
10 whole motherfucking minutes.
I fuck it up more than I do. More than I.
It has been 10 minutes, right? Like you didn't just start a new show.
Oh hell yeah! We're at 3 hours 22 minutes. We're good. That's
okay.
It's bong rip time. If I'm got a bong in my hand, we can say fuck. But yeah, at the top of the show, I think it's the first like minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I don't know. You want to fucking keep the curse words out of there for the beginning, I guess. That's what they say. That's what they said. They said keep the curse words later, and ads. I was like, I got ads. Don't worry about it. We got ads.
We got ads.
Don't worry about that. And they're like, we'll stay appropriate for advertisers. I'm like, my essence is inappropriate for advertisers. What are we advertising? Was my first question. It's algorithmically driven. That's up to you. And I'm like, oh, let's hope the fleshlight or something's still active. Nope. Turns out the thing that likes MURKradio on YouTube the most is Google Fi. Google Fi is down to run ads on our page.
Google Fi will play ads on any channel.
Any page.
We don't give a fuck.
It's a human skinning another human, and then it's like Google Fi for you, or whatever their fucking tagline was.
So what are you up to this evening/weekend, dude?
Nothing much. Lux is, I believe, working a little bit late after working from home a little bit. Gonna shoot some more content that will turn into edited content.
Fun.
I'm also working on music. And just trying to wrap some shit up before the beginning of the year, where I start, I'm basically grinding for some free time this week, and I gotta go to I got a whole bunch of shit to do. It's horrible. I'm not gonna be able to make it into town for the holidays, and I'm really fucking, bummed about it. But
yeah,
it'll be all right. It'll be okay. But I ended up getting sick as hell because I drank one of the recalled Cokes. They recalled some Coca-Cola. I'm pretty sure I drank one of those.
Well done.
I felt sick as shit for most of the week. I feel a lot better now. No COVID. No COVID in the house.
That's good.
Yeah, Lux has to get tested all the fucking time for COVID because of her job. So there's none in the place. James says, and it leads to people like Kim Potter being tried who have no business being brought to trial. Groupthink isn't a singular danger. It builds foundations that dismantle social institutions. Yeah. Social institutions are very easy to manipulate, is, I think, what maybe someone like Special Guest would say. Or he would agree wholeheartedly, because I agree wholeheartedly too, but I also don't know. I'm at the point where it's like, I handle myself as an individual now, I suppose. I'm gonna just, as my lesson for the day is to hop out of generalizations, period. I'm gonna try my best not to use them, but y'all heard me call, like, what was it, I said, like, fruity pedophiles in reference to, something, probably a nationality, which I shouldn't have done. Again, I do this all the time, and so I'm not gonna bite for the institutions, and I'm not gonna bite for the crowd think. I'm gonna do my best to stay away from groupthink and generalizations. It's hard. That's my lesson of the day. It's hard. Just personally, if you can, don't generalize. It's done nothing but cause me problems too in the past, or just guilt, and I consider that a problem. Sorry, I went off track. I fucking started ranting a little bit, Chief. I'm already. Maybe I should.
You did. Maybe I shouldn't have just let you do your thing, but I just let you do your thing, bro.
No, I'm very glad you're here. I've been going for a while today. We're back. We're back on Facebook. We're back on Twitch. I'm sure the stream's already been pulled from Facebook. I'm sure that shit ran for 45 minutes and Facebook said
I can't confirm you are on Twitch though.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Twitch does not care.
Weird.
Apparently. I don't know. I mean, like you said, apparently a lot more slides around on Twitch than in other places, so I'm not surprised.
Zito says he's number 13 on this stream or something. He's going to try to avoid being that number, but I'll make an oh, thank you, bud. Always good to have a 13. I don't think I got 13 people in here. It's been low numbers for the holidays, which is fine. I haven't been covering too spicy of topics. Chief, apparently they're banning YouTubes that have been covering Ghislaine Maxwell.
Nice.
So we might end up
like just the right time then.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna maybe change the
Stay
titles
away
of
from the
things.
media mogul, right? Good idea.
Right? Yeah. I'm gonna change the titles.
If you want to
of
make
things.
a living in media,
yeah,
probably a good idea to stay away from the media mogul.
Yeah.
Or the daughters of media moguls, or however that she's connected.
Dude, she's how what connection in what country? She's House of Lords. She's,
Yeah.
I'm sure she's a stockholder at something weird like Nickelodeon. She got old orange and green Nickelodeon stock. You know what I mean? Remember the old
Nickelodeon were some weird cartoons, bro.
Dude, there's some weird cartoons. I miss the orange VHS tapes.
I miss Angry Beavers, bro.
It's such a good show.
I don't miss. I'm not gonna lie. I don't miss it. It's on Paramount Plus. I watch the shit.
Oh, is it on Paramount Plus? I was about to ask you where it is. I do.
Oh yes.
People, of course, they always compared, me and my sister to those two, because I'm the older, kind of chill one, and she was crazy shit.
Dag's the better brother, though, bro.
Yeah.
Norbert's cooler, for sure.
He's just not.
I would
He doesn't
more with
care as
Norbert,
much.
But Dag's the better person.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
the older sibling is always a little bit selfish.
I mean, I know that.
Yeah, we just are.
Just how it is.
Yeah. Our priorities are our priorities. There's a whole bunch of y'alls. You like younger siblings sometimes. I don't know. Like I'm from a fairly big but spread out family. So I never really felt that way, but I definitely am that way. And I don't mean to be, but I think that's just...
I'm the youngest of 5 and barely know any of mine.
Oh shit, that's right. There's some age difference, isn't there? 2, right? Between you and your oldest sibling?
Me and the closest to me in age is 8 years older than me.
Got you. Yeah.
And the ones older than that are like 4 and 8 years older than him. And there was another one that's a couple years older than the... So, yeah.
That's interesting as hell. So, would you say,
I've been getting around for a while, basically.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting as hell. I couldn't imagine. I feel like I've been around for forever sometimes when I look at, all the new generations that have shown up, which I'm sure you still do in regards, but having siblings like that, I don't know. I guess you've only known that, so it'd be weird to ask, is it kind of like uncles at a certain point? Because they're hella cool in adults. Like, what do you do when you're a cool-ass adult?
My oldest brother probably seemed more like an uncle to a normal family relationship. Like, he was the guy I wanted to go and hang out with and stay the night at his place after he was an adult and all that.
That's cool as shit. See, I've never been the kind of cool that any of my little siblings want that. They're never down. Like, he's lame and talks a lot. Yeah. Tell you not to do hood rat shit if you're but family got a problem with hood rat shit. You were a good kid. We were good kids, damn it.
Good at heart, maybe.
Oh yeah. We never did anything. Look, there were way worse kids in our town, for sure.
Definitely.
I hung out with.
You hung out with, yeah.
Yeah. Those people where you're like, you go and hang out with them, you're like, damn, I don't want to hang out with these guys too much.
Yeah.
But it is kind of cool to peek into these lives for a moment, you know what I mean?
It's nice to look in here.
I'm not as badass as I thought I was.
Yeah. You know what? Hardcore time is, it's a time for, it's limited times. It's not all the time. Zito says, played in dirt and never got hurt. Yeah, I never managed to. I was fucking, I guess, we mean, been crazy. Known worse kids. Oh shit. Sorry, I got a text from, I was just saying, I swear these kids lately my littles have Snapchats and now they know. They'll message me and shit. I don't know if they're watching the show or something. How do y'all do? Why y'all messaging me when I'm streaming? It's funny as hell. It's like, why does I go loud? They're like, hey man, like, what's up? Ooh, and rice and beans does sound good. But I guess I'm gonna do a new show called Rants.
Just you ranting?
Yeah. Long Tour says there's arsonist boys. I might. I'm gonna start doing. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing edited rants, much like the reviews. I'm gonna have their own playlist right there on the homepage, and I might start clipping things out of the talk shows for the rants section.
Yeah, that worked.
Yeah.
Get you some more shorter videos.
Yeah, throw some relevant titles on them.
Folks who don't know if they want to get invested or not.
Exactly, little short things, some little short snippies. I very much enjoy doing the edited content. I like editing. I don't really have the time for it all the time, but when I do, I really enjoy it.
Well, when you're producing music, streaming the show, and trying to edit all at the same time, it's kind of understandable.
It's a bitch. And I've there's projects that I don't talk about, like how dedicated I've been to being a secret rapper. I've been submitting lyrics in writing to different cypher groups I've joined and getting some opinions from old rappers and stuff. It's secretly a rap artist this whole time. This whole last fucking 3 weeks. But no, I always have something musical going on, it seems like, and I've been really productive lately, so I've got probably, it's like I'm always up to something. Even when I'm sick and can't really talk, it's like, well, I can't do this, but at least I can release a review that's an hour long. And then once my voice is healed, I'll try to stash back some of these rants and other edited things and do releases of those. Especially,
having edited content to fall back on is always a good thing to have in reserve.
Right. It's just nice to have. Good to keep. It's also, I feel like I'm learning. I'm getting better at editing. Everything's kind of DIY here at MURKradio. I don't know if you can tell. If you can't, fuck yeah. If you can, yeah, it's really hard. It's a lot of work.
So I just posted something amazing in the VC chat that you should pull up. I swear.
Oh snap! Let me see this. Let me pop down here. VC chat. Boom. Ooh, I see the hoodies. Mattel Agent Zero. Whoa.
She takes.
You should call that up on the full screen and put it up. I'm pretty sure it's basically fair use at this point.
Hell yeah. Oh, it's going down. Oh,
Look at this baby Kurt Russell.
Little baby Kurt Russell. Oh, whoa.
just an ordinary guy. But in the sinister world of counterespionage, I'm known as Agent...
Remember, Kurt Russell's the last words spoken or written by Walt Disney.
Kurt Russell is the future, and then Walt Disney croaked. Snow globe fell out of his hand and everything.
Trapped by enemy agents. Actually, just want to hear a little music.
Ooh. Hey, that's a sick toy, though.
Oh, dude, yeah, 60s spy gun toys were the shit. This thing actually was made, basically.
So's this.
Like, Magpul made a fucking demo fucking 12 years ago of one. Folds up, looks like that one's made to look like a big carry-around flashlight.
Oh, bro, what they stuck us with as kids was some old, like a camera on the side of some glasses or something. That was a
dude, I want those fucking sunglasses. Oh yeah, the spy gear shit, but the sunglasses he put on a minute ago.
That was so... The gun. Like, you can't do that toy today, but man, was that cool. Man.
And also, baby Kurt Russell.
Baby Kurt Russell. He's... It's weird. It was weird when I found that out about Walt Disney, that was like his last words. Was like bringing up Kurt Russell, and then it's been confirmed by other people who were there. Like, no, that was for sure his last words. And creeped out by it. Like, creeped out by it. What were you doing to baby Kurt Russell? Only because we've been covering like really like insidious pedophile plots on the Tattered Map and just on the show. We've been talking about abuses in power structures. Toward children in particular, and when I heard that was like, for some reason my brain always goes there with Walt Disney, although I've never heard an allegation against Walt Disney in my life.
Not against Walt Disney himself, but how many amount to seem like programmed people came out of the fucking Mickey Mouse Club.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to be your last words. Yeah. I'm also thinking about this fresh off of JT Leroy, watching Author, the JT Leroy story on Prime, watching Amazon Prime somewhere, I think Showtime or some shit. But yeah, that oof. Oof. What? Children, like adults talking about children. It wasn't until I had like an actual at work, until I worked with somebody who turned out to be a predator, did I realize how like unnatural it is to constantly bring up and be around fucking kids if you're not like a parent. And when you are a parent, you're honestly looking for a moment to be away from fucking kids. That's what a vacation is gonna be. Is me and Mama are gonna go make a new one on a fucking yacht, dude, later. But no, it's... motherfuckers talk about teens, want to hang out with teens until they're dead, and it's weird. It's weird. Weird to me.
No, it absolutely is. And a lot of it has to do with, I think, this obsession with youth, functionally. What's his name? The Scottish guy that was talk show host for a while.
Ooh!
He does a whole bit.
Yeah, Craig Ferguson.
Craig Ferguson. He does a whole bit about that. About how functionally we've turned into a culture that worships youth, which is a bad plan because the byproduct of youth is inexperience, and inexperience leads to a lot of bad decisions.
Yeah. I used to openly speak out against like the boomer community and never understood why some boomers like the show, but I've really gotten excited to be an old person now. The possibility of becoming old sounds pretty fucking cool to me. I used to never think I would get old. It was never anything I fathomed.
Like, you found a reason to live for, and then programmed a death cult into the general culture because the Nazis are a literal death cult.
Yeah.
Right? But when you have something to live for, you want to keep living, and you're not worried about dying. Yeah. As opposed to people who are so worried about dying, they seek it out. Or in the case of your generation, were made to consistently joke about suicide by virtue of it being legitimized and not being like, hey man, maybe we should keep a taboo on joking about suicide because most of us know some folks who fucking offed themselves. Like, I personally know enough that I'm just comfortable calling it off at yourself now, I've become almost desensitized to it.
A common thing in my childhood, and I don't throw any singular property or creator under the bus for this, but like Matt and Trey in particular, people like that who made really shocking art you know, really gave kids in my experience a whole different level of like joking about suicide. Actually, I've heard jocks joke about suicide in response to me talking about, like, I had a copy of the Kurt Cobain journals with me in school, and I was friends with some jocks, and they were like, they were joking about Kurt Cobain killing him. Like, suicide was a joking topic to a surprising amount of people of my generation. Yeah, you're very right. Spot on with that.
It's from an outsider perspective, it's an astonishing amount.
Yeah,
you know,
I realized halfway through.
I can't count on both hands how many people I've known who have killed themselves.
Yeah. That man, I realized halfway through that story too, when I set it up that jocks were making the thing. I don't mean anything by that's not a generalization. I was actually genuinely having a good, like, it could have been anybody. Like,
here's the thing. Like, we've got to understand that sometimes words that we take as slurs because they aren't the correct thing.
Well, I mean,
just a generalization. Like it's okay to be a jock.
Well, no. Yeah, it's hella cool to be a jock. I'll definitely be your friend. I realized that when I said it, looking the way I do sometimes implies that it was maybe a friction-filled or confrontational moment where they were picking on me. But no, we were straight cracking jokes about Kurt Cobain. Like, there was I was friends with the jocks.
Real quick.
And everybody.
I want to talk about what you just said.
Yeah.
There is a potential for implication in there.
Yeah.
But without correlating data that you actually have a negative view, there's no real implication there, but there is a potential, right?
Yeah.
This is sort of like people being, in a weird way, say, worried about open carry because they can see a potential even if there's no other evidence, and that is unnerving to them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They have to think about it. We're being primed to have to think about all the implications of everything now, to a point that it's slowing people's ability to even think down, because most of language is operated like putting your foot on the brake pedal, not making rational in the moment choices about which word you're picking.
Yeah.
And
well, no. See, again, like, I didn't mean to correct myself on jock because I was generalizing about a group or anything like that. Again, I myself, there is a public generalization that does seem to happen, even with people who've gotten to know me really well on the show. It's just something that I personally encounter a lot, is because I look the way I do, I typically get pegged as like a hippy dippy type, you know, like a really hella peacenik type of dude. And, you know, there's times where, like that demographic, if somebody like that, if Shaggy walks in and is like, zoinks, the jocks, you know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not trying to give that impression. Just for, you know what I mean? Just so everybody knows, like, I hung out with a little bit of everybody in school. And we were joking about suicide a lot as kids. A lot.
Well, dude, like, I was also the same sort of thing. Like, I hung out with everybody, didn't particularly fit in well, like, completely with any group, but got along fine with everybody.
Yeah,
your people were definitely fucking death obsessed.
Yeah, and I didn't.
That's a symptom of trauma. That's a feeling that it's impending and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
and that causes people to fucking feel crazy and act crazy.
Well, there's a whole character that is a reflection of the morbid sense of humor of my generation, and that character is Kenny from South Park.
Yeah.
What happens to him in every episode? He fucking dies. Like, you know, like it's a fucking joke after a certain point. Like, we become there, and that's, you know, again, like, I felt like they put that in the character as like this kind of piece of social commentary on the youth they were observing, which like, yes, the youth they were observing had become death obsessed, and I see why that joke was in there. You know, like, it's a really weird one, because, like, what do you do? Because even, like, there's no way to not push that forward in a generation without seemingly propagating it and calling attention to it, and moving on from it's tough. I do like how we've focused. It feels like people of my generation really do seem to try to throw that hotline number out there as best they can, or say something like, hey, talk to somebody. Like, it feels like I don't know, I know a lot of people from my age group that are like, hey, whoa, I'm not like that anymore. Call somebody if you feel that way.
Most resilient that we know of in general as an organized group of dealing with things like this and coping their way through it in a meaningful sense, not all of them, but would be U.S. Special Forces.
Oh.
Like, they're taught to deal with astounding amounts of stress, take in different cultures, shit like that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, one of the reasons that they cope so well is because we all die, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's beat it yet.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody's showing every day when you age or things like that, it demonstrates that you are aging. You're aware of that, and we all go at some point. And those people have no problem with dying, but they really don't want to get captured.
Yeah.
So their whole thing is, well, I mean, I decided to be a soldier, so I'm here. I have to accept the increased ability of it. I made myself as good as competent as I can be at it, and what I want to avoid is getting tortured by people who hate me.
Yeah.
But their way of coping with it is to be effective, be resilient, understand that everything is a series of tactics, strategies, and gambits.
Yeah.
Nothing is for certain, except that you'll die eventually, so there's no reason to worry about that, but try and do stuff to try and keep it from happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Individualism. Really believe in yourself as an individual and really, do your best to grow. It's such a I found scandalous shit out about my bloodline, guys, so now I'm hesitant to say anybody should do anything. I'll be honest, I'm a few bong rips deep, fuck it. I'm not gonna tell y'all what specifically, but let's just say I found shocking shit out about my bloodline. And, you're not gonna be hearing me tell you to be much of anything. How about you do you a lot? Do it big. How about that?
Hey, man, like, Davis is worried about groupthink. That's why I'm an individualist.
Yeah, see, I very much like this rhetoric special. Yes, absolutely. That's the groupthink's dangerous, mob rules dangerous.
You gotta give individuals the room to be wrong.
Yes, and I'm definitely
so they can fucking learn.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be the face of your individualist movement. Anybody out there who's trying to organize some kind of individualist movement. It's antithetical to what I'm saying.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Exactly. That's why I have a YouTube channel that propagates it, but it's very confusing. And sometimes people are like, well, you're a peacenik, right? Like, no, leave me alone. I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-gun. It's very confusing up in here, okay?
Yeah, but you're not really what would be called an economic libertarian.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah.
You believe in social safety nets.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, I do too. And I just don't believe in personal taxes. I believe in business taxes.
Yes.
They if they were taxed appropriately, it would not destroy the businesses. We'd get the same amount of fucking money, and we could cut 25%. Look, guys, the U.S. its military budget is as big as the next 17 nations combined now.
I don't think
Russia and China's in there. We could cut 25% of that, be fine, and pay for any social safety nets that we need. And forgive all the student loans.
Yeah, when government and economics get together for me, where I'm at with that is, I guess, a fairly unique place to some people and kind of confusing to express. Like, I agree with you 100%. Tax businesses, but here's the thing: don't just tax businesses, give them incentives to innovate.
Yes.
I don't think necessarily about like the damage to my wallet when I think about these issues. What I think about first is how we've kind of gone from an innovative country to a country that dick rides Asian markets, and I don't like being that. I miss having new shit.
Here's how you do it. So you don't get monopolies. You increase the tax rate based on the amount of total market share that they control, their holding companies control, etc. By that concept, right now, in my mindset, fucking BlackRock and Vanguard should have 95% of their profits fucking taxed.
Word.
But if we did that because they control everything, we would be living under fascism.
Yeah.
So we should probably make them divest and not let any company get to where more than 20% of its profits can be taxed. And if it gets that big, that's as big as it fucking gets. And it needs to split into distinct entities that are separate somehow.
I still don't see how
we.
we. I don't see how we've let Disney do what they've done. 70% of the thing. If you're one of the rare people out there that still has a cable package, which 10% of this audience probably does. You're the boomers that I'm talking to specifically. I know you got that dope cable package because you're probably someone's grandpa and your kid's hella pumped to be there because you got the dope channels, right? I know you. You're a good grandparent.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I've heard you use the word boomer and be mad about it, but you don't when you're here.
I don't. I do genuinely have grown to appreciate the demographic where I used to really not enjoy that generation, their company, their guidance, and I say that in quotations because I've had some boomer bosses that, well, one turned out to be a predatory pedophile, and the other one turned out to be a drunk. So. Yeah, I've just not had the best of experiences with that generation. Like my grandmother, who, was a very big part of my life until I was 10 years old, died when I was 10. And so like a lot of that generation, my respect for that generation is just not there. I've had to kind of, you guys are responsible for it. The boomers that show up here, I love you guys. Like I really do mean it. Like when I generalize and use that term, I'm genuinely describing your generation, blanket terming your generation and generalizing, but I don't mean it in a negative way. I don't.
Well, and here's the thing. In a society that works well, that's super impressed with our ability to invent new words consistently and redefine words, right?
Yeah.
Like, shit, man, can we take some sting out of words?
That would be nice.
I know that sounds ridiculous. You don't get to choose how you react, right?
Well, I don't think it's unfair to maybe say that the line should be drawn at words that aren't necessarily already, you know what I mean? Like kind of the newer things popping up. Maybe that should have a level of redemption arc or context allowed.
I mean, here's my problem, right?
Yeah.
Is that I've rapidly seen what I think of as the Columbusification of the U.S.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody's as ridiculous as my fucking high school was in the 80s. Like, and the rest of y'all have gone fucking nuts.
Yeah.
You really, really have. You know?
Yeah, a lot of people have fucking lost it.
And it's led to the inability to trust each other and not being capable of forgiving each other. Because everyone assumes that a person has access to a perceived power dynamic. Now that's both sides, right?
Yeah.
Like the right, like, of course we don't have any power. Have you seen literally every fucking TV station on my cable package?
Yeah.
Have you seen what those same companies that own the cable packages are putting in theaters?
Yeah.
Because I don't watch that on YouTube, right? So their perception is that there's no representation for their views outside of shit that's like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the other side has their long-standing, reasonable issues with that side. But in the past, I think everybody knew it was laughable through like the 90s to try and act like in any way people who identified as conservatives were persecuted. But now, even Wikipedia had to admit earlier today, as I read it, that they fucking do have a liberal bias and they can't control it because they're made of user entries, and the users in general of their platform tend to skew one way.
I watched a really weird war happen in my generation. Just if we're going back to grade school, right? Because and I want you to talk to Angel about this too, and I want to know if she had a similar experience. I'm just curious about this because maybe I don't think this was isolated to just my grade school, and I think this might play into a little bit of how these sides my generation in particular is so easily politicized and swayed into political conversation. So check this out: when 9/11 happened, okay. I was 11 when 9/11 happened, okay? And suddenly, in my world, my little world, I was very much aware of politics, really since Bush was elected. You know, that was a very politicized, it was in the media, even everybody was bringing it up in every form. If you weren't watching specifically just children's programming, like if you were a kid that was kind of like me and with it, and like your parent would turn the news on and you'd watch it with them and talk about it. I watched that kind of really grow and blossom in my generation in a way that like everybody had their parents' political leaning in school, and it built cliques. And I watched pro-Bush conservative parents at home, their kids were picking on the liberal kids, the Gore parents. I saw that, and it's because the kids were emulating the parents at school.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story right now.
Yeah.
I have a cousin and an uncle who I'm not going to name because, I got plenty of cousins and uncles. So. But, okay, in the 80s, our cable package, we had a normal non-extended cable package. We had about 22 channels. It eventually got up to around 32, I think. And when I say the 80s, I mean by 88, 89. At the beginning of the 80s, even cable, if you could afford it, only had like 12 channels.
You could catch music videos on HBO, right? On the home box. I'm sorry. Talking about early HBO.
Well, that was extended, dude. That was another $50 a month in 80s money.
You hoes just for music videos?
Well, no, for access to HBO.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't.
I thought you meant in addition onto HBO.
We didn't even get VH1 until '91, right?
Oh shit.
So there was also the fairness doctrine. People got like local news and maybe 4 other news stations. They got 3 fucking newspapers. There was huge gating of information, and because of the fairness doctrine in that context, which we couldn't do now and would be ridiculous. It's just because things are too big.
Yeah.
There's too many options. And it would put undue burden on people's free speech, to my mind. But a big corporation, that's different. Right? So, during all that time period, they've got limited information and very reasonable exchange. And then fucking Rush Limbaugh happens. Okay? And by 1995, I'm having to hear my cousin, who I respect greatly today, and have respected greatly for a long time, who is a very intelligent and articulate person. I'm not going to tell you his job, but I'm going to tell you that he's capable of, whenever he would like, it seems, to take off, go across the country, and go engage in his particular hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, the garbage coming out of this man's mouth was the exact shit he was hearing on Limbaugh's show.
Yeah.
That his father was a religious watcher of.
Yeah.
I hate, they absolutely take on the examples given by their parents to understand and parse the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's why children shouldn't be involved in politics.
My generation, it got bad, man. Let me tell you, it was actual fights in the playground.
Really understand.
Fights. It was political fights in a playground. In a playground.
Yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah, I was 11.
That is insanity.
Yeah. So again, I want you to ask Angela about
why your
that.
generation's so fucked.
Yeah, Chief,
Like, in
Justin,
terms of,
you guys,
fighting all the time.
you guys are my generation. You guys we're the same generation. Do you guys remember when 9/11 happened and there was like a weird Bush Gore, or even before 9/11 when there was like a Bush Gore schism and it was actual fights on a playground?
Yeah, well, because it went to the Supreme Court and Bush basically stole it.
What was that, Justin?
Oh, I went to a real small school, so yes, there was a lot of that, and most of the kids were on the conservative side.
Yeah.
Well, because of where y'all were at. And a lot of that has to do with radical cultural shift that people who, as outsiders, adopt and take on. That is known as Hot Topic's fucking business model. And guys, I make metal music and I love it. And I think it's necessary to provide outlets for people.
Yeah.
You got me?
It's really unfortunate.
But also, children are children, and they're cruel to people who are outside regardless. No matter what you did as an outsider, sure. But by specifically giving kids, which I'm not even saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying this is how it works.
A new form of tribalism, as if that's
by giving
culture.
them big signifiers of symbol, culture, senses of this weird group national identity based on media.
Yeah.
That became national. When it was local, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But once it becomes national, then you can have people who only identify with folks out of state and are not capable of learning to identify with the people around them in any meaningful sense. Well, that's the destruction of community. Like, I've been surrounded by idiots.
I really do think the impact of the Bush Gore election affected like our generation's ability to even conceptualize or fathom the world outside of political thinking. We've literally grown up with it longer than I think definitely the generation before us. I think that there were generations like
you had access to political materials. Those were very hard to get in general beforehand unless you were connected in a literal social network.
Yeah, well, and for like
as opposed to a computerized one. But because y'all all had computers, every one of your households had computers and access to the internet.
Yeah.
Y'all were capable of looking up all sorts of political materials.
Yep. Well, and when I started, when I started in like middle school, right? That's when it seemed like our schools really put an emphasis on things like Channel 1. We started having that. We had that at a really young age where it felt like the previous generations, that was almost like a high school thing.
They started it in 7th grade for us, and it was the year that I hit 7th grade. But the moment you hit 7th grade, it was Channel 1 every morning.
Yeah.
Current events and politics, current events and politics, current events and politics. Exactly. That's what you need to scare kids with to make them learn better.
Yeah.
You need to inform them in the morning, just like we pretend your dad's smoking his pipes, reading the newspaper, and taking in the morning news.
Exactly.
Like, maybe there's a reason we watch the news at the end of the day, or used to.
There's a reason that shit plays. Look, it's analytically. If you want to know why news is on when it's on, it's because of analytics and statistics. That's when the old Nielsen system said people watch the news.
Yeah.
And so you have these kind of blocks. I normally try to hit them for my time zone back when I was if I have something hella news related to cover, you'll see me hit those time slots. They're become like a historical thing, but then the internet kind of shatters that
time period that was set up.
Yeah.
Right, like once we start getting into, because TV starts in 50, but isn't a cohesive medium with structure until around the ass end of the 50s, like 58.
Well, here's who I think changed the game for us. Special is Ted fucking Turner.
Well, hear me out.
That shit wasn't around the clock until
the early 60s
then.
When MGM was involved, right?
Yeah.
Goldwyn Mayer of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Yeah.
Goldwyn Mayer was a fucking disciple of Manly P. Hall and a numerologist.
Yeah.
So he's going to put his fucking lineup where he thinks people need it.
Yeah.
Just like the BBC does. The BBC doesn't do by that. There's a reason that they put in, and this has been their model for 40 years. They put in something trashy and shocking for 30 minutes, and then they follow it with a documentary trying to grab as many of the dumb young people as how they think of them to maybe educate them a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's...
And I think that's the sort of shit that I think normalized us like fucking bacon and eggs to the news at night.
Yeah, and into politicizing everything.
Yes.
Everything.
So you're saying Ted Turner. How does Ted Turner relate?
Okay, so we used to have news at these blocks that statistically we knew eyes were there to watch the news. You know what I mean? The dad was off work, the mom was off work, they were there to watch the news. We know that like 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, even that post-dinner hour to that late night TV hour is really important. But then you have things like CNN and these around the clock 24-hour channels dedicated to news and the
if
politics.
I recall, CNN stood for Cable News Network with the growth of cable television in the 80s and the video recorder.
Yeah.
The first time after 1984, it was legal to record the news for your own use later.
Yeah, but
that's when you start seeing people do that.
Exactly. The birth of the 24-hour news cycle. Allie Cattail said it here in the chat. She says 24-hour news cycles. The birth of the 24-hour news cycle brought that age of everything being politicized back even further. And then my generation rolls around where the internet shows up and further smashes that placement and that sense of decorum that used to be behind politics. I've heard older generations say, well, that's just something we didn't really talk about. And it's because it was only talked about so many times during the day after dinner or before, on the radio while you're smoking a cigarette on the way to work. Like, it was never something that was necessarily dinner table talk until this 24-hour news cycle.
What they did with the 24-hour news cycle, I would sort of call Night of the Living Dead effect. The end result of the Night of the Living Dead is, oh my God, the world's changed forever and there's nothing we can do about it. The dead walk. Well, it's basically, really, the first one is an allegory for the nuclear age. Oh my God, we live under the specter of immediate, constant death, and there's not much we can do about it.
Yeah.
Except that, which puts a huge amount of stress psychologically on the entire world, and has since that era, right? Well, you take that concept, and when you're used to informing yourself, okay? Well, hold on. The human brain experiences understanding of events through a narrative, which is a temporal-linear experience, right?
Yes.
You're moving forward through time and understanding things in that way. Unless you're watching an art film or watching something that uses film techniques specifically, we understand it like a tape.
IRL, bitches.
Right?
In real life, yeah.
So we went from fully information starved, a culture that in 1910, 90% of America couldn't read, so they got most of their news from the radio, if they had a radio, because it was goddamn brand new. To getting our information through a proliferation of papers. That was happening at the same time, but it was what papers are around you, so a lot of data didn't get to you from far away.
Yes.
What were they going to do? Phone call each other this shit? They had to mail it.
Yes.
So we went from that to fucking the news, which really, really brought it home in a way. But they did it at night because of the production schedule, so they could talk about anything breaking in that day, etc.
Yeah.
But people got used to that as a social institution to take in the news. And then the Night of the Living Dead effect. There's no escape from the news. The news is all the time. All of the things external that you need to think about, we're going to remind you constantly that they're happening.
Yeah.
They're happening just like those bombs above you.
Yeah.
And a wild form of stress that where people watch so much news for fear of missing out, like they're going to be able to stave off the apocalypse by their media intake.
I know, right? Yeah. In a bunker. They're watching that shit in a bunker.
Here.
Well, I know some people that are far off from you that are hard right. They're still in their 2012 bunker. They're still watching things about Nibiru, thinking the sky might fall in on them. Like they're the character Looking Glass from the Watchmen series on HBO Max. They're that guy. You know what I mean? Like they become that guy, and it's an all-consuming thing. I've seen they've been radicalized to fear. And,
no, that's what's happened because it's easy to control animals through fear and anger, much easier than offering them food, right?
Well, and what's weird to me is
I often say our diplomacy at foreign wise is we've got a sandwich in one hand and a gun in the other, and asking you what you want in your mouth.
Yeah, but right? I outside of the book Pimp, I never thought I would see a situation where someone tricking someone out through fear. Easy. You can put a gun to someone, make them do something for you, right? Getting someone to do something through fear, yes. Doing something like tricking someone to bury their head in the sand, tricking someone into fear, like to choose fear, it blows my mind every time I see it. And the fact that the people who are affected by it, the victims of it, the people who chose fear, they've been pimp tricked into choosing fear. To choosing the bunker.
It doesn't work on everyone. It works on about 1/4 of people, but 1/4 of 7 billion's a fucking lot.
Yeah, right. Well, and 1/4 of the United States population in 2012 felt like a lot to me because it genuinely felt like 1/4 of the population was like looking up how to put bunkers in the ground. You saw news stories about people digging holes and how they were out of backhoes in some towns for rent because people were using them to fucking put bunkers in their yard.
Yeah.
Pimp tricking a hoe into choosing fear. I'd rather stay here and be scared, daddy.
Dude, it's been new impending apocalypse industry since the Y2K bug.
Yeah,
once they observed how people were, once again going back to computers, once they observed how people were flipping out because they were told that it was going to be the end of the world because all the computers were going to stop.
Yeah.
They took that momentum and constantly kept giving them new shit on the internet. And then once YouTube hit and like Alex Jones hit, you've got folks who are grinding them up even bigger in this fear fucking industry. And it's the same as music scenes that I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Except for it's fucking for adults.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've got all these people who their friends are the people on the internet who know the truth. Just like music is subjective, right? And the truth is you really like this, and someone else who really likes it is probably hard to find if you're listening to some weird underground shit.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you have a sense of tribal bond done through this fucking screen because you spend so much time staring at the screen.
Dude, there's shit I have put on that nobody from my childhood liked. Nobody got into.
Oh, dude, I knew one other dude who liked death metal.
That's insane to me to think about. You've told me that before, like that like you came from a place where there was like no, like being a punk was like being a punk. You put on spikes for safety. Yeah, like that's wild to me to think about. But I grew up in a very, well, honestly, you know, I went to the richer school. There were 2 towns that I'm really from. I was born in a town called Rogers, Arkansas. But I was educated in a town called Bentonville, Arkansas. Bentonville, Arkansas seems to have an unusual amount of money in it. You guys out there, viewers, might know that town because it's where the headquarters for Walmart is. So
and JB Hunt.
You
know JB Hunt pioneered putting computers in trucks.
Yeah, and in Rogers you have Tyson. You have a giant poultry manufacturing setup, right? So kind of some factory farming going on there in Rogers, but we're not going to talk about that. I was educated, like I said, in Bentonville. Half of my family's from Rogers, half of my family's from really Bentonville by way of like somewhere like Cave Springs. But why'd I go off on this fucking tangent to begin with, bro? Oh, the metal scene.
Shit.
The metal scene in my area.
Oh, yeah, scene.
The metal scene in my area. There was just quite a bit of like, you know, there's just richer kids than me around at those schools typically. Like,
right.
You know, so it was starting a band was like pretty easy to do, you know, and like little like starter guitars and stuff like that were everywhere because kids were
finding
gifting
metal
shit.
gear for me was like gear to play metal was hard. Like if you weren't a Strat or a Tele guy, why are you trying to pick up the guitar? Are you trying to sound like the Boss or are you trying to sound like Roy Clark? We play both types of music here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was like, no, man, I'm gonna buy this court copy of a Steinberger and go learn some Deicide.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, pardon?
Yeah. And so you didn't know,
like it's light, it'll keep my back from hurting.
Yeah, so I grew up with quite a bit of like death metal and stuff like that by the time I was in high school. It became a really popular thing. I had a band that organically went heavier and heavier, it felt like, every year, you know. Until really the argument is I want to make weird music or indie music and they want to keep making metal, you know, like you know, it fell to that. There's times where I've definitely opted out of the metal band because I'm just not that cat. You know.
Well, you know, I didn't have bands, man. I just had a recording rig. I was doing nothing but home recording on a computer.
Yeah, see, I record.
And so, you know,
I'd be in a metal band now. Again, back then I was like, if I have time for one band and one project, because recording too was something that we had all been pimp tricked where I was from into thinking that everything was like 1980s record deals and shit. Like, I don't know why.
Oh yeah, that blew my mind, that mindset, dude. Especially as late as y'all were doing it. It's like, come on, like it's fucking 2010. You think you're gonna get signed to Relapse for real?
It's not gonna happen. You need to go get your own shit and make your own money, and that's what'll get you noticed. That's what labels want to sign, is somebody who's the overhead is nothing. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to have to. They want that advance to for sure go to your fucking kid or whatever. Like, they don't want to put the, you know, they want that advance to genuinely go to maybe.
They want you to have enough fans going into it that they can convince other people to listen to you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
They want you to already have that appeal, and we came from a really. It was a really weird. I don't know who was dishing old school advice like that in that scene, but it must have been some venue owners or something. But it was also.
Dude, everybody there seemed to think that they were gonna fucking move to Nashville and hit it big. I heard and saw so many people try to do that, and it was like, I don't recall any of y'all ever going on to much. I mean, maybe you did, and you just didn't hit nationally enough for me to see. You know, like some of the folks from back home have done good. Jet's doing pretty good.
Yeah, Justin can attest to this. Since I was probably 15, 16, the goal was to try to buy ourselves or whatever means we fucking could, get recorded, record something, record other people, learn to record, get fucking record, like track.
Cool Edit 2.1.
Cool Edit 2.1, baby. What's his name? Who's the dude? Shout out,
Peter
what's his name?
Quiscard.
I was about to say, shout out Peter Quiscard, the dude whose key everyone uses.
Dude, hey, so Peter Quiscard, did you see the newest Mad Lads?
No.
Well, I wish it was Peter Quiscard, but it's my other Peter Quiscard, Philip A. Ludi.
Okay.
The man who taught me how to make submachine guns.
I was gonna say, it says you can't download a machine gun, is what the title of the episode was, and I was like, oh shit, I got to see that.
That's the guy who I got a hold of his book Expedient Firearms when I was young and on the internet.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, how does this work? Oh shit, well, that's all the stuff to understand. Like, I knew how to take apart and put back together a couple models. I didn't know why they did that.
Yeah.
You know? And then it was like, oh, well, this just explains it fundamentally on how at least a blowback works and why all this shit's here.
Yeah.
And from there, it's really easy to understand, you know?
Yeah.
Once you got one.
Yeah, but my whole point of bringing up wanting to be able to record on my own, what drew a line between me and metal was the metal scene when I was coming up became this thing that you had to almost go to a Pro Tools rig to accomplish. Like, it became this highly triggered, you need a studio, everybody will think you're not shit if it's not done at a studio. It needs to have...
You know, that's really true. It was the triggers.
Yeah.
The heavy use of triggers. Now, let's talk about that sound that you guys were in, right?
Yeah.
Most of the metal bands are on there what I would refer to as, back in the day, like New York hardcore, but when I say New York hardcore, I mean like Victory Records hardcore.
Picking up change. Picking up change.
There was a fair amount of picking up change with other styles on top of that.
You always got to have the picking up change part, the breakdown part. We had de facto parts like we had a deck of Pokemon cards.
They were legitimate.
Say what?
Yeah, there was like legitimate formulas you could follow to write the hardcore songs from our.
So let's talk.
Justin
about
and I have done it and written those songs. Yeah.
But that sound of hardcore starts with the band Integrity in 1988, right? A guy who goes by the name Dwid Hellion is behind it.
It's some picking up change music. I remember that.
Yeah, well, Dwid Hellion is a member of the fucking Process. So there's even more of your culture engineering that comes from that particular cabal that now is part, in general, of the Temple of Satan. Like, they've gone on to work with them or be the foundation of them.
It's a member of the goddamn Process, dude. That's right. Crypto Nazis, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude. He moved to Belgium, the place where they had the most notorious Stay Behind network, because he's a legitimate occult figure. He started the Holy Terror Church of Final Judgment, like the Process Church of Final Judgment. Yeah. He uses the Process cross insignia. He calls himself inspired by the Process, but he sure wears their shit.
We were talking about this the other day before a tattered map. Justin, you're gonna find this fascinating. I think we were talking about the crypto-fascistic history of the straight edge movement. The straight edge movement, where you're putting X's on your hands. Everybody's acting like little anti-stay sober fascists.
Well,
I myself was.
It starts with my regret.
Oh yeah.
And I don't believe that Ian MacKay's a fascist, but he did write a song called "Guilty of Being White" about his struggle in high school of getting beat up by people who were very mad at him for being white in D.C.
Yeah.
And it's D.C. I want you to keep that in mind. It's in D.C. And yeah, he basically started what amount to traditional values in punk rock, and he's a skinhead, you know. Like, I'm not saying anything other than all these things are starting to match with the traditionalist outlook. No drugs, no drink, no promiscuous sex.
Yeah.
You're hardcore Nazis.
Yeah, you're hardcore
And
Nazis.
then I think Dwid Hellion recognized that, and that sound was co-opted and that scene was functionally co-opted by them. And I've been reading this book, Disco's Out, Murder's In, about the Hollywood gangs related to punk rock, but I haven't heard anything about the gangs on the East Coast. But I have no reason to believe, based what I'm reading about what was happening on the West Coast and everything that I've read, that it was any less violent. It was hyper violent. And Nazi skinheads were like punk gangs were definitely a part of it. So no, I think that like Victory Records, that whole sound was infiltrated by those same elements that were like really into Manson. Here's something I learned the other day.
It's fascinating to me because
two records.
Two
records of unreleased Manson.
Yeah, just so you know, when you say Victory Records, I think about a very specific time of my life. I am very close friends with Justin. We have our hair combed over. We got the tight jeans. We are listening to records coming out on Victory, probably with the goals, both of us, of somehow getting on Victory by hook or by crook. Or at least
that's how big they were.
Yeah, man, I was hella caught up in that. Loved it, man.
So you said earlier there were literal formulas that you could follow to write those songs. Let me ask you a question. Does that sound like a fucking spell?
Yeah.
I've always viewed music that way.
Yes.
In this case, it's a highly structured form, like structured magic.
Like
because,
a chant.
You know, there's chaos magic, but then there's like the more orthodox forms of structured ritual magic that are come from a wholly different tradition than the Austin Osman Spare tradition that was embraced by the process or that was embraced by Genesis P. Orridge during their Temple of Psychic Youth and the process.
Yeah. See, now Justin and I know where to put our genetic, like Chief does too. I think our genetic like kind of Norse, kind of pagan inclinations, where it's like because that's what we're talking about here with that form of music and in this style. It's very
well, what is
rhythmic.
That style all about? Fucking self-respect, whipping ass, and revenge. Basically, that's what all the songs are about: self-respect, whipping ass, and revenge. Who's real big on self-respect, whipping ass, and revenge?
Fucking Vikings Beach.
Yep.
Who did
the Nazis heavily identify with?
Fucking Vikings Beach. That's what I'm saying. See, you got to know where to put that love. See, Justin's at the Forge. Justin's with the dope heathen group. Like, I'll watch Vikings, and sometimes, you know, maybe I'll throw something to Freya or something, dude. I don't know. Like, maybe I'll participate in the sacrifice ritual.
I would say, in a weird way, right? The difference between me now and y'all at that age when you were into Victory is that when I listen to Burzum, I'm aware of what I'm listening to, but I'm still into it. You know, it drones out like noise music, so I get into it. When you're listening to Victory, you're getting programmed by the same shit. If you believe in programming,
it wasn't until you
functionally have a firewall that says, "Oh yeah, don't let this affect you." You know what? Why don't you look at it from a particular view to try and figure out how these musicians would love to kill you?
It wasn't until you till you talked to me about the history of the band Integrity and me remembering that Integrity, I'd heard that band during that period of my life, and that's when I had the realization that this part of me is what made me so zealous about that scene. You know?
Yeah.
This part of me, this Viking part of me, you know?
You know that Darren Brown where he uses things in the environment to subconsciously program some ad executives on a limo ride over?
Yeah.
And he says, "Hey, I got this idea for a chain of taxidermy shops. I've got some ideas. I'm going to leave them in this envelope here. I'm going to give y'all 30 minutes, and I want to know what you got." So he leaves the envelope. They come up with a bunch of drawings. He comes in, opens the envelope. All the shit that they draw is in the envelope already, because they'd been subconsciously loaded by their environment and had associated it with the creativity of knowing that they were about to go and be a client. They were in like that stage where you're getting hyped up before you get on stage.
Yeah. They're getting the
time to utilize subliminal, like visual subliminal and other forms of subliminal manipulation.
Yeah.
Because if you know what you're doing, like he does, you can make it work on 4 out of 5 people, which means between 2 of them, 1 of them it's going to work on.
I like doing my pre-stream hype up with y'all in the Discord. It's one of my favorite things in the world. And I got to do it more, where I just put the music on share screen, and it's like, what are you doing? I'm not saying much, and we're jamming some tunes. We're about to go live. I'm getting fucking ready to Go.
So, like, and one thing I got to keep in mind is, I just said, bruh, I'm going to go further from what I wish that they give Varg Vikernes his channel back and just not monetize it.
Yeah, just take his if you have a problem with him, take the monetization away, take the ability to like go ahead and let the you know what? I'll do this. How about you let
what he's doing?
How about you let advertisers decide that, though, is my thing to YouTube. Like, if they've achieved monetization by your TOS, okay, outside of violating it with the content, if they've jumped through your hoops, let's say the TOS is different and allowed someone like Varg, right?
Right.
If they've jumped through those hoops and they've hit monetization, it should. I mean, look, it's up to those ad people anyway if they fucks with your content or not. And now, but the only analytics they have to go off of on if they're gonna fuck with you or not, if they're gonna run ads on your page, is coming from YouTube. So I just wish these advertisers maybe had the decision. Do you want to be the person that runs ads on Varg's channel? There's got to be a company out there.
That's honestly, to my mind, how they should do it. I'm not going to say, like when I say they should, it's not they're morally obligated. I think that's the best strategy.
Yeah.
Right?
I think it should be down to the advertisers because that's the issue here. You know what I mean? Is the monetization.
Victory records to Darren Brown. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said, I'm not going to lie. I've watched some of his videos so that I can know where some of these fucked up concepts that crop up in the heathen community come from.
Yeah, they shouldn't be hidden. Well, they come from a long-standing, highly racist occult tradition that have been around and is, quite frankly, like modern heathenism's modern heathenism.
Yeah.
Classic heathenism takes slaves and is really racist. It's a might is right philosophy.
Yeah.
That's not anything but a statement of fact. It's not meant to make anyone feel bad or say that what currently exists hasn't been modified in a way that makes it socially acceptable.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear on that because that's how we feel. That's how most of the world feels about Christianity post-Reformation.
Yeah.
Jewish people have gone through Reformation periods.
Oh, yeah.
Islam in general seems to be in the middle of a Reformation period, even though it is getting really wild like things do in the midst of Reformation periods, right?
Yeah, and Reformation has many faces. Chief can talk about this as a fan of Crusader Kings.
There's been pagan Reformation overtly within the culture, and that's what most people think.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear now.
Yeah.
You may still be susceptible to certain modes of thought if you internalize the ideas inherent in those cultures without an understanding, without considering it while you're thinking about it. You can use it as a guiding principle, but if you make it an automatic thing, you are very susceptible to radicalization. Mm-hmm. And now, when we get to tie this all back to Darren Brown and Victory Records, and y'all being so fucking into it, right?
So, I mean, Viking Kid into
it. You probably all have epigenetic memories.
Yeah.
Of times where your ancestor that have informed you.
Yeah.
Unconsciously. Of times, I don't mean events. That's not how epigenetic
we were even
works,
wearing our
instances that affected your ancestors really traumatically, or influenced a certain type of behavior. And I bet you all come from berserker stock, which is why you can really enjoy some fucking metal.
Yeah, some chaos, just the energy of chaos, understanding it. Yeah,
a very, very competent, traditional, non-chaos related occultist, the type of people who controlled the chaos berserkers, is the type of person who helped create the modern sound and underlying ideology of everything that came out of Victory. Even if he never had a single thing to do with the management decisions or profits or any decisions of Victory, by virtue of coming up with a sound and style and formula like a spell.
Yeah. And there's
it was recreatable.
There's epigenetic things I feel like that are going on with my Chief and Justin are really good examples of this for me. There's that part of my being loves them with that kind of respect, the respect of a Viking almost. These are my shield brothers. You're my shield brother too. Like I've eaten mushrooms and had good times. We've had bad times. We've been there for each other through them. It's definitely feels like that. The only thing comparable, you know what I mean, like that I've found. And I think that, again, just connecting like the straight edge scene to why we loved it like we were little Vikings is there's even this kind of epigenetic comfort in not just the genetic familiarity of everybody around you, but in what you're actually wearing. If you think about the hairstyle, this kind of like forward come over thing, that's an old Norse
sound. Who's the AC/DC?
Oh fuck! I couldn't tell you at the moment. I'm a little stoned. Of the straight edge scene. Yeah, Hatebreed. Okay, there you go.
That sound.
Oh, that sound.
Hatebreed.
Oh, yeah.
Continuity back to the Misfits in name. Think in occult terms here.
Yeah.
Right. Huh. What does Hatebreed sound like? They sound like on their first record, especially. And most people don't catch this, but I think you'll recognize it if you consider it. They sound like all the mid-paced parts, all the best mid-paced parts of the slower Slayer records.
Oh, yeah. They do
just
have kind of
strung together back to back. You're just getting the most stank-faced parts of Slayer. Not the high-speed Berserker, the stank-faced parts of Slayer. Right.
I never really thought about, like the picking up change shit really is just that mid-tempo Slayer beat. It's just that boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it is just a 1-2, huh? See, again, in my head, I've even parsed it.
Like picking up change, defensive shield wall to Berserker.
No, I've parsed it in my head like that's more of a Norse spell, dude. That's I didn't even connect those two musically. And you know me, I'm a music theory nerd. And I've never, like, there's things that I picked up from, like, Justin's talking about. Honestly, when Justin said that, like, there was a formula, it unlocked this period of my life where that's how we talked about music. That's how when we had band practice, that's how we made a song. We'll do this, and then we'll do a breakdown, and then we'll do this, and then we'll pick up change part, and then we'll, there's...
Now, what has that today?
Hip-hop's one of them, for sure. I mean...
Hip-hop dominantly. Like, you can make a living off of making a 5-part beat.
Yeah.
And just giving them the stems so that they can fade in the hats or bass lines or whatever together. Yeah. You're giving them a fucking like 8 or 12 or 16 bar loop that's separated into 5 files so that they can mix it as they need or just turn it on and off like most people do in a sampler.
Yep.
And that, my friend, is the culmination of industrial music. Who was Public Enemy the biggest friends with in the punk scene? You can see them in their fucking Minor Threat shirts.
Oh, that's right, dude. That goes way back to hip hop. Yeah, it is. It's the same kind of
because hip hop
chanty,
and punk scene were the same thing at the time.
I know that's what the things I love about older hip hop, like the more hyped up kind of Wu-Tang tracks, where it genuinely feels like a room full of people fucking getting down. Like it.
Dude, the Beasties started as a New York hardcore band before they moved to DC to become hip hop.
I knew that.
Fucking hip hop start?
Yeah.
Fucking Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, New York. Yeah.
They took it to DC, but they then at that point intersected hip hop with the punk rock consciousness. What does that do? Shift people away from fucking instruments to the same instrument that was created by the dude in the fucking Process, whose name I can't think of. He was also in Coil.
Since I am technically a hip hop producer, I do want to say it started in Brooklyn, but shout out Jamaica, Queens, shout out Staten Island. What up, bong bong? Anyway, moving on.
But just talking music history is related to cults, and hey man, like I'm about to start on the cult history of hip hop here soon. Like as soon as I get this fucking period with the beginning of punk rock and punk gangs starting off on the West Coast and trying to find information on the East Coast. Once I'm done with that subject, I'm moving to the same period through hip hop.
I could talk to you about East Coast rap for a very long time. Well,
there's a direct tie on the West Coast because Eazy-E was getting hooked up from one of the guys who started the first punk rock gang, which, as I told you the other day, was there because unlike the narrative tells us, apparently the hippies of the late 70s were hyper-violent assholes.
You want to
and
know
whipped the shit out of punk rock.
You want to, let me tell you right now, if you're looking for the West Coast early connections to that kind of occult, weird, old school Hollywood circle shit, you need to look deep into Jerry Heller, the man, the inevitable, the ending manager for Eazy-E. The villain in his story.
You that name.
I'll text you the name. Yeah.
Like next time you think about it, try.
I'll definitely, because I could tell you a lot just about nothing occult related or definitely like nothing necessarily like tattered map adjacent or anything like that. But Jerry Heller is somebody there's going to be a connection there. There's going to be. He's too old and too ingrained in the industry to not have rubbed shoulders with somebody. And keep in mind, the initial record label started by Eazy-E, the one where NWA first came out on, was as like a, it was owned by, I believe, a parent company, right? And then you have distributors under that. All of this ran by Jerry Heller. All of this hooked up with by Jerry. You know what I mean? Like that label wouldn't have happened without Jerry Heller. What was the name of it? The original Eazy-E label. The Eazy-E's label. What the fuck? I forget the name of it. But there's definitely... I got hella stoned. And I've specifically my old school rap stuff has kind of been on the East Coast lately, so my brain keeps saying Bad Boy, but that's P. Diddy on the East Coast later. That's later on. P. Diddy at the time I think was working phones for, I don't know, probably Def Jam or something. I forget who he was working for, but P. Diddy started off kind of like Little John, like working phones, like, and then decided to branch out and do his own thing. Got with Biggie and Bad Boy. Bad Boy got big. Yeah, P. Diddy's an upstart. He was when he first showed up, he was an upstart. They were he came from, so he had connections, but by way of having worked an industry job on the ground for quite a while, as I understand it. But yeah. But I could talk about like the, I'm definitely one of those that believes in like the hip hop Illuminati conspiracies and things like that. I do believe there's an upper echelon of hip hop people that showed up after all of the early hip hop stuff, right? So these are people that were kind of after it was.
Hey man, you're robot voicing out hard.
Oh shit! Do I sound better now? How's this sound?
Let me hear.
Boo bop dee bop boo, yeah. Can you hear me? Do I sound all right?
You sound auto-tuned.
1 second. Is that better? Smoother?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay, good. Discord sometimes, once you crack over 4 hours, they're like, hey, hop out, come back in. What the fuck was I just on about? Son of a beach. Hip hop.
Oh no, I just checked the stream. Yeah, it's totally just fucking Discord.
Okay, good. What was I was on about hip hop. Oh, the hip hop Illuminati, man. I think there's this upper
hip hop Illuminati.
I think there's an upper echelon of really big hip hop players, producers and rappers alike, who do some prison trick shit, some prison punk trick shit on some people. A, to tape it and have evidence on them. B, as just like a weird means of like old weird institutionalized control. Like you institutionalize the motherfucker real quick to this, like, you want to get in this party, you do this or that. There's some shit that I've heard about, and yeah.
So like that, as I understand it, almost really starts in English gangster circles, as crazy as it sounds.
No, prison, like absolutely.
Like I've heard stories about mobsters in England. Like two of them would break into a guy's house who they were having problems with. Like they'd hold him one dude would hold him at gunpoint and take Polaroids while the other guy raped him.
Yes,
and they'd say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna let everybody know you're gay."
This is a product,
which is not unlike that whole Suge Knight hitting Eazy-E with an AIDS needle and saying, "Oh well, you know."
Mm-hmm. I know people that believe that happened, that know that happened. I know some people that are. Well,
I don't doubt it.
Take that shit to the grave. I think Suge Knight's even implied that he probably did that. But hey, fuck, what was I about to fucking say? Shit. I got hella.
Oh, you're talking about hip hop Illuminati.
Hip hop Illuminati, motherfuckers that do
And how they basically use prison trick shit to.
Oh, the hold my pocket stuff. The kind of the history of the hold my pocket stuff. Anywhere that's institutionalized. So the abacoa in Cuba.
Right.
So you have these, the abacoa, it's this machismo organization, this gang of men who are like, into Santeria and stuff like that. And they might receive oral sex from a man, but they're going to beat him up and they're not going to let him in the circle. And he's a bitch. They might treat a woman like a queen, and they're hyper, machismo. They're not gay.
Yeah.
They don't consider themselves gay, but they do these weird. This is bred in
double think.
Yes, this is institutionalized thinking. Yeah, this is you're trying to institutionalize. This is a dangerous way.
That's basically locked into the brain through what amounts to either sexual sadism, or sexual molestation functionally. And when that happens, but you have to be part of that group, because the consequences are death.
Yeah. And
quite often
I've had presented in front of me just too much evidence that you can see that happened real close to real time that just makes me believe that this is an actual problem within the upper echelons of hip hop making it onto Billboard. This is an actual problem that they face, young male artists in particular. Seems like, and this is not a judgment, again, I'm all for living your life, seems like Lil Nas X is hella down for whatever the fuck is going on. But, you do you, dude. Rob Zombie also seemed hella down to do whatever the fuck, live that life. I want to go to the coolest parties too.
Nas X is that because of the culture, especially that he was raised in, he feels astoundingly persecuted and will, no matter what level of success, because Twitter will remind him that there are people who hate him every day. Because the bigger you get, the more people who hate you, and they can tell you immediately now.
Oh yeah, they show up hard.
In that sense, and in that sense, a lot of people may internalize a sense of self-hatred, yet a need to persevere, because the biological organism needs to continue on fundamentally. That's one of our biggest drives.
Yeah.
And so to spit in the face of it, they're going to engage in what amounts to combative behavior. I mean, if you really boil it down, even if we're saying it's political or civil rights, at heart, it's designed to create friction, even if that friction is designed to inform. Right? But for that guy, his out is feeling bad because people are persecuting him, so his out currently seems to amount to hedonism as a substitute for legitimate joy. And I'm not saying don't be hedonistic sometimes. When I said I'm a moderate, all things in moderation, even moderation.
Yeah, even moderation. Yeah.
That's how you do moderation. Recognize you're a human being, not a perfect balancing machine.
Yeah. Yeah. Accept your flaws, accept things that kind of,
don't be afraid to get buck wild sometimes, but also don't feel bad if you think you need to play it safe, and don't let people shame you.
Yeah.
But if you do, remember sometimes maybe get buck wild. It's good for you.
Yeah. I'd say we roll out on that sentiment kind of. I've got to go catch some dinner. I'm doing a late evening tonight, so I got to hop down the block, run the ladies some paperwork, and it's been a pleasure, guys. I say we roll out on that sentiment. Look, everybody fucks up a million times. It's about how you recover. It's all about that recovery, man. How you handle it after the fact. Everybody fucks up. Everybody says the wrong thing too sometimes. Like calling all French people fruity pedophiles, my bad. I do that so often, dude. And again, it's something that just for personal reasons, I try to cut down on the generalization. I feel like I'm doing myself an incredible disservice thinking like that. Like that's been my big takeaway from the Hasanabi ban from Twitch was, wow, I really was acting like that, a lot like him, and I should really I think I'm doing myself a disservice communicating that way.
I wouldn't model my life on that dude's model, regardless of his social success or his financial success. Because in terms of his personal emotional success, it seems like he, like Ethan Klein, just enjoys mocking people. And that's not healthy.
No, we're of a similar generation, but he's, of a Muslim background. So there's times where I feel like him and I take the same, both also white passing people. So I come from a crazy background. It's a tough one. It made me realize how much him and I were similar.
He says white passing, bruh. Turkeys are where the Caucasian mountains are. Where the Caucasus Mountains are. He's Caucasian.
You're the essence of Caucasian, bruh. You're Caucasian Muslim, and that's okay.
He's not Germanic, which is what everybody tries to associate Caucasian with the World War II Nazi ideal of it.
Oh shit! No, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Yeah, no, I got I got shit like Asia and not Asia. I got fucking India, Middle East, and Asia too. I got a bunch of weird shit in my background that's like flavorful as hell from the Jewish flavors. You know what I mean? Sephardic Jew and Ashkenazi Jew. So there's some flavor in there, and I should probably stop.
Like me and you, he's a mutt and a mix of everything, so it's ridiculous for him to find himself as one thing, even if that one thing is, well, I'm white passing because I have stuff that I've defined as non-white. Well, hold on, man. Like, what the fuck is white even mean to you? Because it sounds like you're jumping around the whole thing.
Hey, but for sure. Hey, thank you, Christy, for throwing that hoodie on. And you take that thing on that road trip. I'm glad it got here while it was still wintertime. Hell yeah, we're having just the suppliers overran and COVID and nonsense. So some of the hoodies from the raffle I think are taking forever when I check the tracking. But Lordy, Janet just turned 40.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll on out of here, guys. Special guest, thank you so much, Justin. Iro on Twitch. Justin's Thicket Craft Forge on Instagram and all other social media, I believe. If you guys ever want to too, Justin Chief Special, throw some links in the comments after the fact on the video if you'd like to. Throw your socials.
Yeah, I hit one in the Gun Jesus video from yesterday.
Hell yeah. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, throw links in comments too. We'll always have stuff below. You guys in the Discord have a good one. This cat is up my ass. I better get her some food too. But I'll talk to you guys in the Discord later.
Later, man.
Good night.
And everybody out there in YouTube world, just a quick reminder, we're brought to you by Atlas VPN and BARKBOX. Exclusive deal in description below. Check out those links, man. There's also a link to the merch page. We got a limited edition Murkies hoodie. It's the design made by Angel. It's me as a cactus. It's on a champion hoodie. You should get it. It's what everybody chooses when they win the merch raffle. We still have the merch raffle going. We're on $30 out of $50. Every super chat adds to that amount, and when we hit $50, we draw a name out of everyone who's participated in the super chats, and you get to pick whatever you want out of the merch store, and we send that item to you. Christy's a previous winner. We got Erica a previous winner. I forget who else has won, but we've sent some hoodies out now. And if you guys would like one, throw a super chat in, minimum of $1. Every time we stream, that's what I got going on. I try to keep it going on in the ticker here too. So if you super chat and leave a little message, it'll show up on the ticker and stay there. It'll stay there. You could tell me my mustache is crooked or something. It'd stay there for a month. I think it's worth it. Hey, you guys have a good one.